So we cannot start because this is the last time coming back to now those guys can do parade. What's yes? We're already half an hour late. And extensive experience in both national and European policy making. He brings a wealth of knowledge to his role as Minister Councillor of the EU delegation to the African Union. His career reflects the deep engagement in global research, partnerships, higher education, and scientific diplomacy. And this is Horizon. Horizon is here to help research, innovation, and development in sub-Saharan Africa in particular. Mr. Laurent, are you there? Hello? Is he online? We cannot see.
Yes, can you hear me?
The floor is yours, my friend.
Can you hear me? Can you...
And my apologies for being so late. My apologies. The floor is yours.
It's okay. Yes, so I hope you can hear me. We had some connection problem this morning, but it seems to be fixed. So karibu, as we say in Kenya. My pleasure to be here online. I understand that your event is to present some of the results from 2 Horizon projects, which involved very large partnerships, but which also have the participation of the Technical University of Mombasa, where I understand you are currently hosted. So we'd like to start by thanking Technology University of Munich and the Technical University of Mombasa for organizing this event. It's very important for us when we fund projects that the results are communicated, discussed, and exploited as much as possible. So I prepared a broad presentation about the AU-EU cooperation with emphasis on the policy dialogue that we have established now 15 years ago. Actually, this year we will be celebrating 15 years of our cooperation, the launch of the so-called high-level policy dialogue on science, technology, and innovation. That was in 2010 in the 3rd AU-EU summit that took place in Tripoli. And later this year, in October 23rd, 24th, we will organize a big event in Brussels to celebrate this anniversary. We will invite a lot of innovative companies, entrepreneurs who have benefited from this cooperation. And we will also discuss how to pursue and intensify this cooperation between both continents. Since we launched the cooperation, we actually also established thematic platform for the cooperation in health, in agriculture, but also in climate change and sustainable energy, which is the focus of the presentations today. So I wanted to highlight this. In the field of renewable energy, we have already a long-term Europe-Africa partnership on renewable energy, which has led recently to a new project on also called LEAP for long-term Europe-Africa partnership on sustainable energy. And there has been a call which has been launched with funding not just from the European Commission, but from many member states from both sides. The call actually is closed, so I will not speak much, but there will be a second call next year, which will probably be an opportunity for some of you to participate if you didn't participate in the first call. On the climate side, we are about to launch a similar platform called LEAP for long-term Europe Africa Partnership on Climate, LIPCLIM, and there will be, as part of our next call, some funding available for supporting the coordination and support actions. This is not official yet. It will be published in a couple of weeks, and I hope that some of the participants today will be interested to join. It's a platform to try to align priorities and help develop platforms for launching what we call co-funding initiative, where EU money together with member states money from both sides contribute to develop long-term partnerships between both continents, involving universities, research centers, but also industry. So our program Horizon Europe has passed the mid-stage. Kenya is doing very well. Kenya is actually the second most active country in Africa after South Africa, and just before Uganda in terms of funding going back to Kenya. In the previous 7 years, just to give a few numbers, we had 77 participation for a budget allocated to Kenya of 25 million. We already halfway, a bit more than halfway in the Horizon Europe program, which is the ongoing program 21-27. I've already selected a project with 89 participants or more, and for funding of 34 million, also more than the previous 7 years. So that's good news. That means Kenya is quite active, and there will be more opportunities in Horizon Europe. So I encourage you to participate. The next call will be launched in 3 weeks, at the end of April, beginning of May, and we will have about 15 topics dedicated to dedicated to the cooperation with Africa. We call it the Africa Initiative 3. And I cannot tell you more at this stage because it's still confidential, but there will be another call after, covering the last 2 years. This year with also an Africa Initiative 4, where we will regroup topics where we are calling for participation of African partners. So stay tuned, there will be opportunities. We also have, as part of the Horizon Europe, besides those calls which are top-down, challenge-driven, for which we support large consortia, like the 2 consortia that will be presented today. We also have funding available for more bottom-up activities, like the staff exchange under the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, or the support for postdoc, meaning, for instance, Kenyan postdoc coming to Europe, or European going to Africa. We have obviously more people coming to Europe. The latest call, the ratio was 4 Europeans going to Africa against about 30 African coming to Europe as part of this postdoc fellowship. We call it Global Fellowship or European Fellowship. So there will be more call of this, and I encourage you to look at this either for individual postdoc or for staff exchange, which is a way to support exchange and joint activities and short-term exchange, particularly of young scientists between the different participating organizations. So this is about Horizon Europe. We have also the program called Erasmus+, which is providing a lot of support to African universities for either capacity building activities or participating in what we call Erasmus Mundus joint master's degrees. And we provide also fellowships to students, many of them coming from Africa. So I will stop here. I think the goal today is to present some of the results from the 2 projects on climate integrated assessment, and also on the biofuels and alternative fuels. So wish you fruitful discussions, and thank you again for taking this initiative. And if there are some important messages coming out from the discussion, please feel free to share them with me. So thank you again for inviting me. I have a colleague also, Kizito, who is based in Nairobi at the delegation to Kenya, but I'm not sure he was able to join, but his role is to also provide support on Horizon Europe and science, technology, innovation activities. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think, first of all, as a European, I'd like to say that it's nice that Europe not only continues the support, but it's increasing the support. And I say this in comparison to the USA, who is cutting funding and support to other nations. So Europe is here, Europe is helping, and Horizon is actually an opportunity for projects, for research, for innovation, for technology transfer, for scholarships through Erasmus. I think that was an excellent introduction. I'm very happy that Kenya is really at the top of the countries that are making use of Horizon. And we're waiting eagerly to hear the confidential new line that is going to come out. And we'll hope to take advantage of that as well. So that was a great introduction for us to talk about the two projects that we have managed to win for the Technical University of Mombasa, which you mentioned already. They will follow now. So thank you so much again, Mr. Lorraine. I mean, it was a real pleasure to have you with us. And apologies again for the late start, but these things happen. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Round of applause, please. So, that was Horizon. So Horizon is a platform. It's a platform that provides funding. It provides funding for projects, and the funding is 100%, most of the time, the vast majority of the times. And that helps nations like our nation here in Kenya to be able to do research and move forward and give the opportunity to young people like yourselves to participate in research, to learn things, to even get a scholarship through Erasmus or visits, expose yourselves to other ways of thinking. So this is what we try to take advantage of. And here at TUM, we have the Renewable Energy and Climate Change Research Center, which I'm the director of. And I managed to get 2 Horizon projects, and we're running them now. You're going to hear them presented one by one. Is Alex online? Alex Nikas, have you seen anybody by that name online, guys? The project lead, the first project is IAM COMPACT. It's called IAM COMPACT. It's an integrated assessment modeling exercise. So what is modeling? I'm not a modeler, and I don't really want to know what modeling is, but I'll tell you what it is in essence, is you put some data in a mathematical function, and you get the results out. And those results can guide you into making policy decisions. So what we do at this level is we did the modeling for Kenya. You will hear my best student, Salsabila Abdul Halim, she was here at TUM. She did the CLEWs modeling for Kenya. And we will advise policymakers at high level, the ministries, how to go about in protecting the country and increasing value for this country, because we live in climate change era and things are not well. So we have to really act on that. So the first project is on modeling. Is Professor Nikas online? Somebody tell me. No?
Not that I can see him.
Not that you can see, okay. Well, if he's not on, then I will make a quick run through his presentation. Although, can you put on 1-1, presentation 1-1? Dr. Nikas is a fellow countryman of mine. He's Greek. He's from the National Technical University of Athens, the Energy Policy Unit. He's working on integrated assessment modeling, operational research, stakeholder engagement, and the science policy interface. This is the interface we're interested in. We're at the university, science is our field, Policy is the politicians' field. We want to interface with them and advise them how to make correct decisions based on data, not on just whims, okay, or political interest. Science is the only thing we have in life. Science should guide our actions and our thinking and our decisions. This is what we're trying to do. Can you load the presentation so I can go quickly? Okay. So this is the Horizon project IAM COMPACT. I is integrated, A is assessment, M is modeling. It's a modeling exercise. Can you move the next one? Please, next slide. I'll try to go through it. So this is the title, the fundings from the European Union Horizon program, as we just said. There are 20 beneficiaries. These projects are completed, are realized by consortia, big consortia. There are 20 to 25 different universities, some consultancies. In this particular project, there are 20. You see the other one, I think there are more. Actually, at the end of this session, at around 12 o'clock, there is one training session for anybody who's interested to understand how those calls can be decoded and how those calls can be approached to the benefit of yourself and your school. That will be at around 12 o'clock. So, next one, please. The leader is the Energy Policy Unit from the Technical University of Athens. These are the countries involved in the project. You can see Kenya is one of them. There is also Ethiopia, there is Sri Lanka, and there is Ukraine. These are the 4 case studies. The other guys are all from Europe, and the exception of the USA, but it's mostly European entities that can run those projects. Next one. Next one, please, next slide. Okay, these are the objectives of the project. To support climate policies. For me, this is number one and the most important. We're here to support climate policies and climate decisions, for that matter, okay? Place climate action in a holistic, sustainable development, enhance robustness, co-create science and enhance mutual learning, open the black box of models, as I said before. It's still a black box. For me, it remains a black box. I'm too old to learn now, but it's a useful black box, provided the people who create it know what they do. And if you put good data in, you get good results out. If your data sucks, your results suck as well. So you have to be very careful what data you choose. That's the most important thing. So the objective, the last one is most important, to boost international cooperation, partnership, and capacity. Next slide, please. We have to go quickly because it's not... Next slide. It's stuck? Okay. This is the modeling ensemble. I'm sorry, guys. I cannot go through it. Salsabila will present here a presentation, and another guy. If you have any questions, you can ask those two. They're modelers. I'm not a modeler. Move on, please. Okay, the project has been broken down in some intertwining components, like we're listening to what stakeholders have to say. When the project started, I took about 20 interviews with stakeholders in Nairobi mostly, in ministries and other places, so that we know what the stakeholders feel about this, the climate and energy nexus, exchanging ideas with various stakeholders from other places as well. Modeling, as I said, is the difficult part. Expanding after the modeling exercise and explaining, then you come back to the policymakers, to the stakeholders, and you explain to them what the results say and why should they be really taken seriously, listened to and applied. Next one, please. So, the capacity development. Ethiopia and Kenya are the two sub-Saharan countries. Sri Lanka and Ukraine, as I said. Next one, please. It moves a little slow, yeah? Okay, leave it here, it's okay. Let me say what we did at TUM, apart from doing the interviews and providing input for the models. Because Salsabila, who you would listen to later on, she was very capable and very good in the modeling, we decided to run a school, an online class, as it were. So we had an online class, if I remember well, from January 2000, she will correct me, January 2023 or 24. Now I'm getting old, I don't remember well. But we had a 6-month class. There were students from 3 universities, TUM, Strathmore, and Meru, because I'm also a professor in those 2 universities, so I got 3 or 4 students from each university. And we ran a class. Salsabila ran a class. And it was really an excellent exercise because it helped us see the possibilities. I won't say more on that. The next 2 guys will speak more on that. We're done with the presentation? No, move on, move on. It's okay, move on, please. I don't go into that. This is just schematic representation of how the models were. Model the stakeholders, the project life cycle. Move on, please. I think we're somewhere at the end. No, I'm not touching that. Move on. We will share the presentation so for anybody who is interested, and you can come up with questions, and whatever we know, please move on. I can't even read that. The thing is, the project is nearing its end. We're writing up the studies, we're writing up the conclusions. This is what we do now. As we speak, there was a general assembly in London. That's why Nikas was not available, because London is 2 hours behind us. So probably had a late night last night because they finished the general assembly. So this is the IAM COMPACT project in as best a description as I could give you, because he is the project leader. He has it in his heart and soul better than me. But this is the IAM COMPACT project. The IAM COMPACT project tries to use data to provide policymakers with important information to make decisions about climate, about energy, about water, about food, about anything that matters your future. Your future is online, so this is what it's all about. And it's proven a very successful project. I'm very happy we participated. I told you what we did. Now, that's over for Alexandros. So thank you, Alexandros. He's a great guy. I hope you get to see him some other time. The next presentation is by Francesco Gardumi. Do we have him online? Francesco was here in August 2023. We had a workshop in TUM. August 2000, I don't know, did any of you attend that workshop? Or no? No, okay, we had a workshop here in TUM. It lasted for a week. We had 2 days or 3 days here in the assembly hall. They taught, the professors from our group, they taught, there's Francesco. Francesco knows Mombasa, he's been here before. So they taught the students at TUM, and then we had meetings at City Blue Hotel with stakeholders and policymakers. Some even came from Nairobi. It's not easy. We're not a very rich project, so we cannot cover expenses, but some people did come. And the outcomes of that project fed into the system. So I'll shut up now and give the word to my friend Francesco. But first, let me just say who Francesco is. Give me a second. So Francesco is a docent in energy technology and researcher at the Division of Energy Systems Department of the Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden. He's Italian, but he works in Sweden. His research focuses on advising methods for energy integrated climate, land, energy, and water systems. That's the CLEWs model. This is the model we're talking about. Okay? Climate, land, energy, water. The four letters of each word make the CLEWs model. Okay? Modeling to make the modeling techniques fit for context in developing countries. He currently leads works on several EU projects in the field and the collaboration between Endesa and the UK-funded Climate Compatible Growth Program. Francesco, it's over to you. My apologies for being late. Happy to see you.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thanks, and thanks for having me here. I'm sorry I cannot be there, but it's nice to join you at least online. May I ask if I'm not allowed to share the presentation. Can it be shared from there?
Can you give him rights for
Can you
sharing?
hear me?
Yes, I heard you, Francesco. Give me a second.
Oh, okay.
I think you
Yeah,
can.
now I got the right.
Yeah, now you can, yeah.
Thanks so much. Let's see. Give me a second. It's coming. Okay, tell me if you see the right screen, please. Do you see it?
Not yet, Francesco, not yet. Are we okay, guys? Otherwise, we upload it from here. Okay, it's here. Francesco, you're on.
Okay, I will go slowly with the slides. Maybe it takes some time to change, but yeah. Thanks again for having me here. So I will talk a little bit about one part of the project that Professor Yannis introduced, and thanks for the kind introduction. And it is, if you remember the slide with the different components, it's the last component, the one on explaining. But here by explaining, we don't mean just going out and talking about this to people, but engaging with people and also get people to be able to explain the science in this project themselves and teach it to others. So hoping that the slides slowly start changing, but I start talking about this. So this component of explaining has the objective to essentially broaden the ownership of the integrated assessment process. So an integrated assessment modeling as well, concepts and tools in 4 countries that are not part of the European Union. And these are the ones that Yannis mentioned, and then support a locally and demand-driven coherent policy formulation. It is important to mention here that the aim and the idea for all this work was for the country teams to be able to lead all this part of the work. So, like there with Professor Ioannis and Salsabila, also in the other countries, there was a team from the country, from an institution in the country, who was leading this work. And this work essentially was made of 3 steps. It was a little bit complicated and the steps were all intertwined, but the steps were essentially identifying hot policy questions, policy barriers, and enablers, and then assess the existing capacity to carry out quantitative assessments to help address these questions. Then the second part was developing open source model and research infrastructure for providing insights on the policy questions. So that means basically creating some models with some software that is the one among those that Professor Yannis showed, that can be used and reused locally to run analysis as time goes by. And then expand and develop technical and institutional capacity in different ways. So via hands-on experience, like at the workshop that we had there in Mombasa a couple of years, research, teaching, and also some train the trainers programs. So some programs where some new trainers or teachers were taken by hand to become teachers, more experienced teachers in an international context as well. Now the slide should be changing soon, I hope. The first step of this work was to sit down and think through how we could do this, because it's quite ambitious and complicated, and each one of the 4 realities, 4 countries where this was being done had very different contexts. Yeah, so we sat down and we created a mind map of what we call the ecosystem around the use of these modeling tools to shed light on the policy questions. And so by ecosystem, we mean, okay, what are the actors involved in decisions? What are the actors involved in teaching? What are those involved in learning? And what resources are available? What capacity in modeling is already available? And how do we connect all of these and make use of all of these to carry out the program? And then, changing slide again, we carried out the work in several steps that often were going a bit in parallel. So we mapped the current capacity, we engaged with stakeholders, ran some modeling workshops like the one in Mombasa, but we also did it in the other countries. We created some open access, some freely available teaching and self-learning material that yourselves or colleagues or others may also be able to use. It's actually online. We can provide the links. We train trainers and run some longer course like the one that Professor Yannis mentioned, and work together with other initiatives that were present in the various countries. And finally, we modeled, or rather the modeling was led by the local teams, and then the rest of the consortium supported this. And then I want to dive 5 minutes into the modeling itself. Well, with all the discussions and this analysis of the ecosystem, it appeared so that in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Sri Lanka, the focus, the interest was in understanding the interactions between the use of resources in water supply, agriculture, and energy. So in these 3 sectors. And planning the resource use across these sectors without creating conflicts is an issue at national scales, but also at global scale. It's a so-called wicked problem. And you may know that climate, land, energy, and water are essential to sustainable development. Here we have some figures. I won't mention them all, but for instance, there's a big part of the world population suffering globally from food insecurity, and then there are problems of high water stress and no complete access to clean and modern energy for all, etc. So solving these problems for each of the domains is important to sustainable development. But then another thing is that climate, land, energy, and water are linked. So the planning for access to resources in these domains is linked. It cannot be done in silo. So giving one example, water is essential for agriculture. The example at the top, about 70% of global freshwater withdrawals are for agriculture. And Another problem, maybe another link, maybe towards the bottom, energy is used for water supply. So the water supply chain giving water to people is energy intensive. If we want to automate that, then we need electricity, and the supply of this electricity to the places where it's needed for water, that is essential. Then must be considered not by the ministry in charge of water, but by the ministry in charge of energy as well. So policy formulation and assessments in water supply, land use, and energy, should be linked, but unfortunately they are often still done in isolation, and this can create problems. It can create lack of coordination. It can create incoherent, counterproductive policy formulation and decision in each of the sectors, in the energy sector separately, the water supply, the agriculture and forestry, etc. And so there's a probability of inefficient use of scarce resources. So there needs to be policy coherence across these sectors, and this would require, among other things, it of course requires some structure in the institutions in order to be able to coordinate, but it also requires systematically identifying the links across the sectors. It requires the formulation of policies that are consistent across the sectors. It requires the involvement of all stakeholders sitting together at the same table for designing, implementing, and monitoring and evaluating the policies. And of course, it needs also the provision of adequate resources for the implementation, resources that are additional to working in silo, because when one needs to cooperate, more resources are needed. So here comes the type of models that Salsabila, after me, will present an application of specific to Kenya developed in this project. But I want to give an introduction to what these models are, what they do. So climate, land, energy, water system models, abbreviated CLEWs, they are techno-economics or engineering, if you wish. Maybe that's a familiar term for you, representations of real-world systems. So they are some schematic representations. We turn the complex reality into some simplified schemes. They are designed to assess the role of technology change and technology choice. They allow scenario analysis. They are intended for long-term analysis, so for the next decades in the same scale as we have climate goals. And they can be customized, changed by the user as they wish and as they need. Now, a very simple representation of the domain of these CLEWs models and what it would include is given in this slide. I hope it's come to you. So there are, you see, the three circles are the land system, the energy system, and the water system, and they have intersections between them. I won't stay long on these examples. You will get the presentation, but to give one example of a link again between the intersection between the land and the energy system, for example, in the energy system, something that comes from the land system is used, like biomass for biofuel production, and that has implications for land and for water uses. So something that is decided in the energy system has implication for the other systems, as well as another intersection between energy and water system. Energy is used for water processing and treatment, water pumping, desalination, for example. So if we try and make a scheme of these interactions and turn it into something that is that can become a model that we can work with and put numbers in, it will look a little bit like this. I hope the figure is coming out, but we represent the chains, the supply chains for energy, for water, and for food products separately. As a set of processes with all their characteristics and costs, and also commodities flowing between them. And then we represent also the links between them. That's the value, the real value added of this approach. So representing them separately, well, that's already done quite much. But representing the links between them allows us to see, okay, if I make a modification in one of the supply systems, what implications will it have for the others? And so, for example, water will link it to land and food, land use and food production, and also, for example, fossil fuel power plants, because they do use water or they affect water ecosystems. And not only those, all thermal power plants, really. And they need the water to work. If they don't have the water, they will not work. Thus, we can discuss many situations where this actually happened when there were big droughts and periods of no rain. And then electricity produced by power plants is used both in the agricultural sector and land use sector and for water treatment. So these are examples of the links. And, this is a very, very, very simplified representation of a CLEWs model, but the essentials, the concept is here. If you learn to deal with one of these, you'll be able to do much more. So to conclude, the objective of these models is to provide stakeholders with numerical, precise, science-based insights on key linkages and dynamics in the energy, food, water, so-called nexus. And then findings to support cohesion in policies, but also knowing the risks and opportunities of policies. Final slide from my side. I would just mention 3 points. CLEWs models, as they are important, but they need to be treated with care because they are not crystal balls. They are models. They are idealized representations with many simplifications. And also for these models, not everything can be represented in a model. So the models provide some information for taking decisions, but the decisions are still taken by decision makers with all the rest of the information that they have available. And with this, I conclude.
Thank you, dear Francesco. It was an excellent presentation. I've seen you doing it before, but this was very good. I want you to think of questions, and while you think, I want to make 3 comments from your presentation. First of all, you see how Italian he is. He is 5,000 miles away, and he moves his hands when he talks. That's what Italians do. They don't speak with the mouth, they speak with their hands. So that's my first comment, Francesco. Secondly, it was really important to understand the interconnection of systems. The systems are interconnected. And anything we do in one system affects the other. And all of them affect climate, and climate affects them back. Okay? This is very, very important. And also in the end, what he said, these are simplified models. They help us understand the trends. And if we can play with some input, we can see what happens. So the value of the CLEWs model is really great. Do we have any questions for Francesco before we release him? Anybody has any question? Too complicated, yeah? Francesco, are you there?
Yes.
Sorry, no questions. We just thank you so much. A big round of applause, please. We thank you so much for taking the time. Yeah.
Thanks again, and good luck with the rest of the workshop, everyone.
Thank you, Francesco. Bye-bye. Keep warm. It's very, very hot here. Keep warm there. All right. So now we come to our own, as they say. The last presentation from this Horizon project is the Kenya CLEWs model. CLEWs, climate, land, energy, water. CLEW, CLEWs model. It interconnects those systems and comes with suggestions. And as I said before, Salsabila, my best student, I think her sister is somewhere here, she's there in the back. She still is. Now she's doing her master's, where is it? In energy systems engineering. And we hope she'll be back soon because we're going to do more things on CLEWs in this university and Kenya in general. She's part of the Renewable Energy and Climate Change Research Center. She's a dedicated researcher in that. So, Salsa, are you? Oh, there she is. Okay. Welcome. Good morning. Karibu to our workshop.
Thank you, Prof. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you. We can see you. And I think you can try your presentation, or you want us to do it from here? What do you prefer?
Let me try sharing from my side.
If
not possible, then I'll have you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Salsa.
Okay. Are you guys able to see my screen?
Yes, it's visible. I hope we can enlarge it a bit, please.
Okay. Okay. Tell me when it's ready, Prof, on your side.
We can see it, Salsa. You go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Hello and good morning to all people attending the conference. My name is Salsabil Abdul Halim, and as Professor Yanis mentioned earlier, I was a student at TUM, and I studied IT before, and now I'm studying energy systems engineering. I made the transition from IT to engineering after I had started doing renewable energy research. What I'll be presenting is a paper review of what we have been working, and I've gotten a lot of guidance from both Professor Yanis and Professor Francesco, who just presented. They've been my guidance throughout this journey in the project. So I'll just give comprehensive review of all that we've been doing in the paper, and I hope you'll be able to learn something from it. And of course, if you have any questions after, you can ask. So we can go directly into it. I hope you can see the slide. So our beautiful country is along the East African coast of the Indian Ocean, and we have about 52.5 million people in Kenya, and the area of Kenya is about 582,646.
Your slides are not moving, Salsa. I don't know if you move them, but they're not moving.
Enlarge your presentation, Salsa, please.
It's enlarged on my side.
But
I don't know.
We don't see only the slide, we see the whole setup of PowerPoint. So may make it a projection.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
It's
it
coming.
better
Yes,
now?
that's a lot better. Yeah,
Thank
that's
you,
a lot
thank
better.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So back to what I was trying to explain. So our beautiful country, Kenya, is along the African coast, and we have about 52.5 million people, and the area is about 586,646 square kilometers. These details are very important when we do the modeling because they're applied generally into the model. Our GDP stood at about 107.44 billion in 2023, and the economic growth was predicted to grow to about 5.4% in 2024. We have about 75% of our total energy supply coming from renewables and 86% of electricity coming from renewables. We have to understand that total energy supply and just electricity are two different things. Total energy supply contributes with electricity and heating and other, industrial functions, while electricity is just, electricity that is being used for, residential, commercial, industrial, all that. So, and of course, it's also rising to above 90% now with the inclusion of more renewables right now. Our mix right now at the moment is mainly consisted of geothermal, hydro, wind, solar, and thermal plants. We have one of the most lowest carbon intensive power systems in East Africa, and we have made significant contribution to climate change mitigation by maintaining the low carbon policies in the power sector. However, this could change with some of the policies that have been implemented, which we'll discuss later as to why these policies could change this future of renewables and why those policies might need to be changed as we go on. And this is part of the modeling cycle. So what is Kenya's NDC targets? And what's an NDC? NDC is the national contribution target that Kenya, dedicated in the IAM Paris agreement, that we are going to reduce about 32% reduction in emissions by 2030. This is the updated scenario that was given in 2020 before we had another scenario, but in 2020 it was updated to 32% reduction in emissions. Before we wanted about 30%, and then it was updated to 32%. And this scenario has priority measures for disaster risk reduction, energy, land use, ecosystems and nature-based solutions, agriculture, infrastructure, transport, waste management, blue economy, water and sanitation, health, urbanization and housing, tourism, whole of society engagement, and private sector engagement. As we can see, these are a lot of sectors that are being impacted by this NDC and generally being impacted by sustainability. And this goes to show that when it comes to sustainability, it's not just energy that contributes to it. Everything that we come around is coming together to be able to create this sustainable environment. So it's not just one sector that needs to be looked at, but actually a multi sectors that need to be looked at positively from all angles to ensure that every angle is checked and everything comes together to make sure a whole sustainable environment. So the estimated cost of the NDC will be about 62 billion. 13% was unconditional and 87% conditional financing. That means that 13% is what we have decided that we can contribute. The 13% of the cost is what we as Kenya can contribute without being financed. And the 87% is conditional financing, which means that we expect to be given these funds by other countries that are supporting these initiatives to be able to implement these NDC plans. Part of the plans that were initiated as part of the NDC is the Kenya's National Adaptation Plan 2015-2030, which serves as a basis for the adaptation component of the revised NDC, and it is costed at about 38 million USD. Also, we have a National Climate Change Action Plan, the NCCAP, of 2023 to 2027, which is also a planning tool to implement the NDC measure. And also we have the Vision 2030 and the Climate Change Amendment Act of 2023. All these are policies that have been implemented to ensure that we can meet the NDC target as we had planned for in 2020. So going on to what we have done in the modeling, I would like to, first start with the fact that this paper is a review of the modeling that we've done. So we are going to address the methodology of what we did, and then we're going to go into the results and the policies that we have analyzed. So first of all, as mentioned before by Francesco about osmosis, I'm not sure if he expounded a lot on it, but he did mention the osmosis software and the CLEWs framework. So the osmosis software is what we're using to do our modeling, and it's a cost optimization model and an open source platform that can be used to do modeling. And it is also very flexible in terms of being able to include various technologies. It was first created to do energy modeling, but now we can be able to do the CLEWs modeling on it, because every single year it keeps being updated, and now we are able to do more with it. So going to the CLEWs framework, the CLEWs framework is a climate, land, energy, and water systems framework that assesses the interlinkages among the different sectors that we have mentioned, and it also models the impact of policies from individual sectors on other sectors. And what we are going to look at is now the CLEWs model for Kenya. Okay, so how did we model this model? How did we get the data? We got different data from different places, starting with the energy production and consumption. We got data from National Energy Statistics for installed capacities, the transmission infrastructure, and forecasted demand growth, because we're looking at data from 2020 all the way to 2050. We had to forecast the demand growth. Also, when we look at resource constraints, we looked at hydrological data for water resources, seasonal availability, land use patterns for agriculture, and environmental reports to represent the competing needs. And we also got climate data for emissions. Some of the economic parameters we looked at was the capital costs, operation costs, and maintenance costs. And the policy targets that we were looking at was the national determined contribution commitment and renewable energy targets and rural electrification goals. Okay, so now to the Kenya CLEWs framework. How did we do this CLEWs model for Kenya? We are looking at the model described in a very brief manner here. So these are all the different data that we put in for the different sectors, starting with the climate change sector. And here we modeled the carbon emissions coming from the different sectors, as well as the evapotranspiration levels from the different sectors. When it came to land, we included the cropland, the forests, buildings, water bodies, and other land uses. When it comes to other land uses, it's basically the grassland, the barren land, and all the other land uses that are not, the other land that is not currently in use in Kenya. And we have about 50% of land that is not being used in Kenya right now. So when we go to the cropland, it is further detailed by 6 crop types. We have maize, beans, tea, sorghum, cowpeas, and other crops. Other crops represents all the other crops not listed apart from the 5 that I've just mentioned. And then we further categorized these crops into rain-fed and irrigated and high and low yield seasons. And the main reason we did this was so that we could differentiate these crops by, how much yield we get from each of the seasons, and how much rain-fed crops would give us, how much irrigated lands would give us, and this gives us a clear view of what each amount of land can potentially give us in terms of yield. When it comes to energy, we focus on 8 power plant types. We focus on the geothermal, hydro, solar, wind, biomass, light fuel oil imports, coal, nuclear, and diesel imports for agricultural mechanization. And then when it came to water, we accounted for precipitation, evapotranspiration, groundwater, and surface water. And the model period was between 2020 to 2050. And the seasons we modeled were 2 wet seasons and 2 dry seasons, which accounts for 8 time slices. And the currency used was USD. Now, I know this looks very complicated, but we will look at the reference clue system, which might give you a little bit of a much more clear view of how all of this interacts. So this is the reference clue system. Let me enlarge this a little bit. So we can see here, this is where the energy production starts. So this is the mines or the production of the energy and where it starts. And this are the power plants. So we can see here the mean bio, which represents biomass, goes into the biomass power plant, and then goes into the power transmission, and then we go to final demand of electricity. So this is the chain, it's like the chain of command, or how, it starts from the beginning. So we have the geothermal, solar, hydro, wind power, and light fuel oil. And this goes to, the transmission power plant. And then this is, forecasted into the final demand for electricity, which will go to residential houses, industrial, and commercial businesses. Okay. Then when we go down here, we can see Kenyan land and how it's divided into the different categories. So we have the crops here, as we can see, and we can see we have also the forest land, the buildings, water body, other land, which I had mentioned before, which is about 50% of our country's land at the moment. For crops, we can see we have different crops here, and the different amount of rain, whether it's rain-fed or irrigated, we describe it here. And this is precipitation. Precipitation is the water we get from rain. So it comes in to both the lands and the crop, crop lands. And then this is the final yield, the different crops that we get as yield. And we also include the crop inputs that we get so that we can be able to show how we are able to cater for the demand for the different crops. And then going on, we show how now the precipitation water is distributed. When the rain falls, we have water divided into different categories. We have evapotranspiration, groundwater, and surface water. And this groundwater and surface water is divided into different, categories. We have the demand for agricultural surface water, demand for agricultural groundwater, demand for power surface water, demand for power groundwater, demand for public surface water, and demand for public groundwater. So this shows the demand for the different surface and groundwater bodies distribution. And we can see the water from the demand for the power water is going directly back into the power plant to show for cooling of the power plants, as we know that power plants need to use water for cooling. So this is how the reference clues system looks like, and this is how it is distributed at the moment. So going on to the analyzed policies. What policies did we analyze? Starting off with the Agricultural Policy 2021. The Agricultural Policy of 2021, we had a forest cover of about 8.8% in 2021, which is falling short of the 10% target that was set in the 2010 Constitution. But following the NDC target and trying to reduce emissions, there was the launch of the National Program for Accelerated Forestry and Rangelands Restoration, where the tree cover target was raised from 10%, which was the initial target set in 2010, to 30%. And part of this, initiative is where we had another initiative that, aims to restore 10.6 million hectares of degraded land by planting 15 billion trees by 2032. I'm pretty sure a lot of you have heard about this. We even had a tree planting day that was, initiated the other day. And these are all initiatives to ensure that tree cover is, increased. And we know that trees are used as carbon sinks to be able to reduce carbon emissions. So this initiative seeks to mitigate the significant impact of climate change, including flood, drought, and unpredictable weather patterns. And then we have the lowest cost development plan, which was initiated in 2015. This lowest cost development plan included a coal power generation plant. Remember earlier I mentioned that there is some policies that would hinder the, the initiative for Kenya to be able to reach a renewable energy target. And this is part of the policies that would hinder our renewable energy expansion, because if we have a coal-powered generation plant that would be built, it would, of course, increase emissions, and it would, of course, lower our target in a way that is not sustainable. So we would model this policy and show how this would affect us as a country and why it is better for us to tap into the renewable energy potential that we have. Kenya, we have a very high renewable energy potential, and it's better for us to tap into that compared to looking into, the power plants such as coal and nuclear that have been initiated. But however, we also have to mention that the development was paused in 2019 because of the legal proceedings on its viability to sustain the environment. It has been paused, not cancelled, which is why we are modeling this. And we have to make sure that maybe as we show the impact of these coal power plants, later the government can take this as an initiative to cancel the building of this coal power plant. So the third policy that we are looking at is the Kenya Energy Transition and Investment Plan of 2023 to 2050. And this plan was provided a roadmap for the energy sector to be able to contribute to the attainment of Kenya's climate ambition of net zero emissions. And it looked at different decarbonization technologies, including renewable energy, green hydrogen, e-mobility, energy storage, and clean cooking. So now that we've looked at all the policies that we'll be analyzing, let's look at the scenarios. What are the scenarios? These are the different, ways that our future could look like. What we could do with the current, potential, and what we could change in our country with the different policies that we are analyzing. So the first scenario is the business as usual scenario. Business as usual scenario normally looks at the current policies and the current state of the country as it is right now, and the policies that have already been implemented or that have already been planned, and what we are going to look at in the maybe next 20-30 years. And this will include the least cost development plan, the agricultural policy, and the Kenya Energy Transition and Investment Plan of 2023 to 2050. And then we have the high renewables scenario, where we look at just accelerated solar, wind, and geothermal deployment with supportive incentives and grid integration measures. And then we have about biofuel integration, where we can look at adoption of biofuel through the recycling of organic waste. We would see that the agricultural methane emissions are the highest in the country from the different sectors. And if we can tap into these emissions by using the organic waste and using it for biofuels, we would hugely reduce the emissions, increase our energy production. So these are some of the results that we would be looking at. So the first graph here is the power generation capacity that we have right now. And you can see at the very beginning here is where we are at. We have the geothermal, hydro, solar, and wind. And you can see this is our current state as a country. But later on, we would see the immersion of the coal power plant, as you can see here at the black, the black part of the graph. This is the coal power plant that will be initiated. So what is the impact of this coal inclusion in our power system? We can see that we have an increase in the power sector demand for water. This is our water demand at the moment, and we can see that the water demand from the power sector increases sharply as we include the coal power plant. And then we also see here with emissions that there is a very huge increase in emissions from the power sector starting from 2030 going towards 2050. And you can see there's an increase of almost 25 million tons of carbon emissions with the inclusion of this coal power plant. And that's a very huge amount of increase of emissions that we could totally get rid of if we just use renewable energy expansion instead of using the coal power plants. And then here we are looking at the area by land cover, and this shows the agriculture, the land, the buildings, forest, and this is the other land uses that I had mentioned before. And we can see that an increase in forestry, we could potentially affect agricultural land use, because we also have to understand that the forest land that we want to, add the trees to, not all of the other land uses is capable of, growing trees unless we increase other policies that would enable us to, maybe utilize in a way that is favorable for us. Moving forward to the next scenario, this is the high renewable energy scenario, and we can see that there's no coal, and we can see a very huge increase in solar and wind power plants. And we can see that with this, we have, of course, a reduction in emissions. We can see that here the emissions are much lower compared to the other sector, and of course also the power, the supply of water also is reduced, because we have a huge water stress in Kenya, and the inclusion of coal power plants would increase the water stress in our country. So that's something that we would like to avoid. When we go into the results for the biofuel integration, you can see these are the emissions that come from the methane emissions that come from the agricultural sector. And we have about 24 million tons coming from, the agricultural methane emissions. And if we could tap into the organic waste to be used for biofuel integration, this would highly increase our, energy production and, of course, reduce our emissions. So what are the limitations we faced while, doing this paper and doing the modeling in general? The first was resource availability of data. And this is a very huge problem that we have, and hoping that we can, tackle as we go on in the future, data is the most problematic. And as both Professor Yanis and Professor Francesco mentioned before, data is very important. What you put into the model is what comes out. The model is not magical. It doesn't produce, it doesn't produce it's just its own results. It's what you put into the model that comes out as results. So we have to make sure we have accurate results, which was very difficult to get because the data that was available, there was a lot of contradictory data and a lot of it was not merging properly. So this is something that was a very huge problem. And then, of course, when we go to the model scope, we can see that right now we are predominantly focusing on the power sector. And of course, this is a CLEWs model, and we want to work on the other sectors further. So as the modeling goes on, we are looking at also the transportation, looking at the agricultural land use, maybe looking into food security and water security in the future. And then socio-economic factors, we can see that while costs drive optimization, social equity and political feasibility also play critical roles in policy adoption. This is because as much as we can say this is the best way for it to happen, it doesn't necessarily mean that the government is going to adopt it because of different political views and, of course, sometimes different socio-economic needs. What are the key insights we got for this paper? First of all, is the CLEWs integration. The fact that we are doing an inter-sector modeling would improve the long-term sustainability and resilience of these different sectors by recognizing the interdependency between the land, water, and energy systems. And of course, we have the decentralized renewable energy solutions that we saw in the high renewable energy scenario, where it's critical for achieving equitable access and be able to target the policies that are affecting us right now, and the financial instruments that will be essential to offset high initial costs of the renewable energy, and of course policy coherence across multiple sectors that can amplify the impact of the renewable energy initiatives, moving Kenya closer to its NDC targets. The conclusion is that we have a very huge leadership in renewable energy, as we have seen. Right now, we have about 86% renewable energy when it comes to electricity, and 75% of total energy coming from renewables. And of course, this can be improved if we encourage the renewable energy expansion rather than going with the previous policies that have been include the coal and nuclear power plants. And we can see that through our modeling approach, employing the CLEWs framework, that we were able to offer vital insights to how the integrated resource planning can optimize Kenya's energy mix while enhancing climate resilience. And of course, by focusing on this integrated resource modeling, we can show that Kenya can harness the synergy of climate, land, energy, and water resources to achieve more sustainable development pathways. And by strengthening the coordination between these different sectors, we will be able to translate these modeling insights into tangible, inclusive energy policies that will align with Kenya ambitions and global climate commitments. That's it from me, and it is a very long presentation. Thank you for listening, and if there's any questions, I'm here to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Salsa. First of all, a big round of applause for our own TUM student, okay? This is a TUM student, okay? Let me say that that work can be submitted tomorrow to the government of Kenya. It's valuable and useful as it is now, okay? This is not just a game. This is very good research work, and it's very valuable. I'm happy you mentioned the peculiarities of coal. I mean, going to a coal plant is suicidal. Coal is the worst and most polluting source of energy, and there were some thoughts about doing a coal plant in Lamu, but a beautiful movement called Decolonize Kenya, playing with the words colonization and coal, they managed to stop provisionally, but they stopped that plant, so I'm very happy that happened. So, do we have any questions for Salsa? Anybody? Or you just digesting all this data? Salsa, we thank you so much for being here with us. I really enjoyed it. I hope everybody else did too. And we hope to see you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So that was the end of the first project, the IAM COMPACT project, which was on modeling. You understood what modeling is all about. As we say, it's not a magic ball, it's not a crystal ball. If you put good data in, you get good results out, and those results advise policymakers. That's what it's all about. Somebody, I think it was both Francesco and Salsa, mentioned biofuels. So this is our next Horizon project. Remember, these are Horizon projects, okay? Horizon being the platform that funds projects, funds research work. And we need funding. Money do not come easy. We need free funding. That's 100% funding. We need that. This is what we target to get, okay? That's a sure way to do work and improve on our research. So the next project is called FuelForIA, playing with the word euphoria, which I hope you know what it means. It's a Greek word, by the way. And this is FuelForIA. But of course, we don't go to fossil fuels. We go to biofuels. And not only that, renewable fuels of non-biological origin. Why do we need biofuels and renewable fuels of non-biological origin? Because we've done so much for electricity production to incorporate renewables, but we're really sucking in transport. Transport still uses fossil fuels so much, and that causes emissions. You heard about reducing emissions. We don't really reduce emissions as much as we should. They keep rising, and when emissions rise, temperature rises. And when temperature rises, climate goes astray. That's why we have the climate consequences, and that's why we need to take it very seriously. So, is Kostis online? Yeah, there he is. Let me tell you a few things about this guy. This is the project leader of the next project, the FuelForIA project. He's also a countryman of mine. So, Konstantinos Atsonios is his full name. He's a PhD mechanical engineer from the National Technical University of Athens. And he's currently a research associate of the CERT, which is the Center for Research and Technology Hellas. This is in West Macedonia in Greece. He specializes in the study of advanced energy systems and processes, mainly related to low carbon emissions. Having participated in several national and European funded projects, he has experience in process modeling and system design and integration of various processes, including thermal plants, biorefineries, synthetic fuel production, energy storage concepts, islands energy systems, and low carbon technologies of industrial plants. This is a project that started a year and a half ago, so it's still running strong. The previous project is ending at the end of 2025. But this one is still going strong, and the floor is yours, Kostis. Sorry for the delay, but things ran a little slow in the beginning. The floor is yours. Thank you. Kostis? What's happening? What? Kostis, are you there? Huh? Kostis, your mic is on mute, and we don't see you at the moment. Do we have visual? Oh, we see the presentation. Can you do a projection, please? And you're still muted, Kostis, we can't hear you. Okay, speak now. Nope. Is it the same problem we had in the morning? It's from that side. Kostis, can you hear me? We cannot hear you. Somehow you're muted. So you have to maybe disconnect and connect again, but you're... Try now? No. There is a sign indicating that you have to click to unmute yourself. I don't know if you see it, but I see it here on the screen. Must be something else as well.
Okay, I think that now.
Yes, yes, we
probably
can hear you.
now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
welcome, welcome, welcome.
You may start and change my and also got the privilege to change my audio on the audio settings. Anyway, I think that you can see my screen, but not in full screen mode, or maybe I have to share it again and. Can you see it in full mode, in presentation mode?
Not in presentation mode. It's a little bigger now, but still not in presentation mode.
One more. Okay. Maybe now. Yeah, I think now it's
Yes, yes.
okay.
This is good. This is good.
Perfect. Okay. Sorry for this delay and issues with the connection. Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad that I am here together with you even in a virtual way, and I hope in one of the forthcoming events to be present and to share our results and our progress in the project. Thank you also for the introduction of me. I'm Konstantinos from CERT, the project coordinator, and the previous presentations were based on the electricity production, the power generation. This project is based on the production of sustainable fuels for advanced biofuels and renewable fuels with no biological origin. And that project is a Horizon project that was under the topic of demonstration of complete value chains for advanced biofuels and renewable fuels with non-biological origin. And yes, I'm going to give a brief overview of the project, and after me, Mr. Leonidas Kanonis will explain more on how Kenya and sub-Saharan countries are enabled and connected with our European project. So, starting with the main drivers for that, the main drivers is the ambition target that the European Union has set in order to become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. It's a very ambitious since we are very far away from that target, and we have to make great and huge steps in order to achieve them. Based on that, in order to for that reason, Commission is creating a series of different directives and policy decisions and different plans. One of these is indicative list, the Repower Europe Repower EU plan, and in that plan, it's clearly stated that it is necessary to scale up all these technologies and the value chains in order to produce fuels and renewable heat for industry, for transport, for buildings in large quantities and not in very small and pilot scale, which more of the technologies are now in Europe. And of course, the Renewable Directive, which is also set more specific targets about the share of the advanced biofuels and renewable fuels, and in different sectors like transport, like maritime, and also with intermediate steps in order to achieve the target of becoming of fully and total decarbonization of the transport sector and others by 2050. So the main objective of FuelForIA is to establish sustainable, secure, and competitive value chains for the production of advanced biofuels and renewable fuels with non-biological origin. When talking about renewable fuels with non-biological origins, are any kind of fuels and renewables that not coming from biomass or from any biogenic organization or directly from the conversion of biomass. At a glance, some key aspects is the project is now at the 18th month. It started in October of 2023. Duration is 4 years. Now we are in the second year. The budget of that, this is a big project with 26 partners and the total budget of 11 million, and the contribution, the funding from EU is a bit less than 10 million euros. As previously said, the CERF is the coordination partner, and in this slide you can see the key objectives that we set in the project. Starting the most important, the key objective is to build up robust and cost-effective technological solutions for the production of advanced biofuels and renewable fuels. From a sustainable feedstock, I will explain later which kind of feedstock we are dealing, and renewable energy. Based on that technological solutions, we aim to build a set of sustainable and competent, secure, of course, value chains. And the project is investigating the entire cycle, starting from the feedstock to the end user application of the final or the production fuel. And in terms of the promotion of the exploitation, we have three main pillars. The first is about the exploitation of the produced renewable fuels. The first is to define what are the barriers in the value chains, not only in EU but also in Africa, in sub-Saharan and in the Northern African region, in order to make this kind of fuels sustainable. The second has to do with the recommendations that should be done in a policy point of view at the EU level, and the third pillar is to set up new business concepts and new market business models, and in order to in Europe and in Africa, in order to accelerate the market penetration of the proposed technology. The pillars of this project, the main pillars are the following. The first, starting from the sustainable fuel. What kind of sustainable fuels we are dealing with is CO2, biogenic CO2 coming from bio-based industries like wineries and biogas plant, and other renewable fuels and biogenic residues and waste, and of course renewable hydrogen. The portfolio of the various technologies that we are developing here is from the multidisciplinary layer, like biochemical, thermochemical, biological, electrochemical, and the combination of them. I will show later the value chains and the concept of them. And the final product is fuels that can have the specifications in order to be applied in safe, both not only in transport sector but also in power production sector. And all of this is surrounded by the exploitations that should be done within the project, aiming to increase the citizens' perceptions on valorizing on waste and other residues at a local resource, and their waste at a local level to become the feedstock and for the production of advanced and sustainable fuels, and of course to achieve the acceptance, the social acceptance of that. The key intervention for that is the four demonstration, the pilot units that we are building now, I will show later, the approach of the respective value chains on that, and the scale up of that, the techno-economic and the environmental assessment through LCA tool, the policy transformation, the business models that is, the business and the market concepts that are developing in the project, and last but not least is the liaison between Europe and Africa, which is more relevant to the today's workshop. Here is the overview of the 4 demos that we are developing in the FuelForIA project. We have 4 demos, 2 in Spain, 1 in Belgium, and 1 in Greece. Each of these demo starting from a specific feedstock supplier, which is either biogas or winery plant and wastewater and waste treatment plant. The kind of feedstock is biogenic CO2 or organic urban waste, and the final fuel through specific and certain technologies we produce fuels that are applied in various sectors like aviation, marine, power industry, and road transport as well. Now I'm going more in detail in each of the in each demo, starting from demo 1, from the Belgian one. In that project, in that pilot, we start with CO2 coming from a biogas upgrading unit. This demo is located in Antwerp, in Belgium, at AWABA's wastewater treatment plant. CO2 coming from this upgrading unit is the feedstock for that for the value chains that we are developing here, and CO2 is converted into paraffinic fuels for that can be used in aviation, marine, and road transport through a specific and series of 2-step biological technologies. CO2 is converted into acetate through an anaerobic gas fermentation process, and acetate is then is the feedstock for the production of microbial oil, which is mainly composed of triglycerides using aerobic fermentation. And this triglycerides is the feedstock for the is upgrading into either SAF for aviation or marine, or fuel for road transport through hydrogenation. And the third value chain is the conversion of triglycerides into biodiesel through esterification, which is something more well-established technology compared to the former one. The second demo is the production of biomethane, synthetic methane, using CO2, and for that time, in this time, CO2 is coming from an winery plant. CO2 is the byproduct from the wine production process. This is the feedstock for this case. We also use hydrogen, renewable hydrogen coming from water electrolysis that is powered from a solar plant, and CO2 is hydrogenated and converted into methane. The production of methane, the value chains that is connected with that pilot are 2. The first is the valorization of the produced methane as a fuel for road transport fuels through converting into CNG or LNG, compressed methane or liquefied natural gas. And the second value chain is the valorization and the use of the produced methane as the feedstock, the fuel for power plants that now operating with fossil-derived natural gas. The location of these pilot activities are in the winery of Viñas del Vero in Spain. And the key technology is the catalytic methanation unit, where CO2 is converted at high pressure and temperature into methane. The third demo is located in Greece, in Thessaloniki, and more specifically in the biogas plant of Lagada. In that pilot, we use CO2 and digestate as a side products from a biogas production plant. These are the feed streams for the cultivation of algae through a series of certain steps that consist the cultivation, the lipids production, the purification, extraction of the algal oil. Algal oil is then the feedstock for the production of biodiesel through esterification, which is a catalytic process as well. And here we are investigating two value chains. One, the possibility of using of that biodiesel as a feedstock for road transport, which is something that's already done so far, but that it will be a new biodiesel, because now the origin is not oils coming from vegetable oils, but oil coming from algae that is cultivated from using biogenic CO2 in dyed state. And the second value chain is the valorization and use of produced biodiesel as fuel for small-scale isolated energy systems for power production. The fourth pilot case and demo is located also in Spain, in two regions, one in Valencia and the second and another part in Madrid. In that case, we are valorizing as feedstock urban bio-wastes, which are found in three forms. One is sewage sludge coming from a wastewater treatment plant. The second is organic fraction of municipal waste, like the food leftover of food waste, and green waste from garden waste from the cities. This feedstock is converted into bioethanol through a series of technologies and processes like saccharification and fermentation. Apart from bioethanol, this demo aims to valorize all of the side streams for the production of other biofuels, and more specifically, the solid and liquid side products are set the substrate for the production of biogas through anaerobic digestion, and CO2, that is a byproduct from the fermentation process, is the feedstock for the production of synthetic methanol and ethanol using renewable hydrogen. So this is a complex and quite interesting demo that we aim to have a total valorization of the feedstock towards the production of bioethanol, e-ethanol, e-methanol, and biogas. As said, we are a big project and consisting of 26 partners. One of the key partners is we are very happy and honored to have Technical University of Mombasa among the partners, and TUM will lead the exploration of advanced biofuels and renewable fuels with no biological origin, and the exploitation of a sub-Saharan region, more specifically in Kenya. And based on the value chains that I presented earlier, and I will try to summarize and group all of these value chains in that picture, in the right-hand side picture. And together with the rest of partners, we will assess which of these 9 different value chains are the most feasible and more promising and interesting for the Kenya case studies. And to do that, we have to map the essential case stakeholders, stakeholders from the region of the feedstock supplier like CO2 or hydrogen, green hydrogen suppliers, and also key stakeholders as the end users of the fuels that we are producing from the transport and the energy sector. And the demo aims to valorize all of the side streams for the production of other biofuels, and more specifically, the solid and liquid side products are set the substrate for the production of biogas through anaerobic digestion, and CO2, that is a byproduct from the fermentation process. And And we will see, based on that, we will match the information either coming from the pilot and the other activities in the project, and the situation, the current situation in Kenya about the available feedstock, the legal, the current framework, and the legal fermentation, legal framework of the country, and to assess which of these value chains are more suitable towards to become energy and greener the country of Kenya, and generally the sub-Saharan sector. Now I think that just before I give the floor to Leonidas to dive deeper in these opportunities and outline the next steps in the project, I would like also to mention about the current status of the project. Now as we are in the second year of the project, we are finalizing the preparatory activities in the 4 demos. One or two of them have started now, even the pilot activities. And we hope that in the next month and the next year, and at least when one of the forthcoming and future events, we will be in the position to present results from that pilot activities, and not we are more based on the experimental and the pilot activities, and not on theoretical estimation that we have already done within the project. That's all from my side. If you have any questions, I am happy to hear and discuss.
Thank you, Kostis. Thank you so much for this very inclusive overview of the project. It's a great project. A round of applause, please, from Kostis. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You've seen that already. First of all, did you notice the total value of this project? It's 11 million euros, roughly. That's 1.5 billion Kenyan shillings. We're not getting it, but the money is there. And let me thank you, Kostis, for inviting TUM to participate in this project. And I do hope
Thank you, Professor Yannis.
we'll create another project to be involved even more. You see, the project is already running 4 demo projects in Europe to find out new alternative biofuels or renewable fuels of no biological origin. We in Kenya, our part is in the work package 5, which will be introduced by the next speaker, Leonidas Kanonis. And for us is to see how we can improve the bioenergy scene in Kenya and how we can import or use technologies, have some technology transfer from Europe that will benefit Kenya. So this is the target of our part in this project. So thank you, Kostis. I hope Leonidas is online. Leonidas is the leader of Work Package 5, where TUM belongs. And Leonidas is the Director of Communications and Analysis of the European Waste-Based and Advanced Biofuels Association. It's a European association. I think he has very many members. And Leonidas is the Director of Communications since 2021. He's in charge of different internal and external communications. He also promotes the scope and benefits of the waste-based biodiesel industry through stakeholder engagements, market analysis, industry events, and involvement in European research projects. This is a research project. I hope you realize that when you see that so many 4 demo projects, they're doing research. I hope there will come a point where we can do research as well. We need infrastructure and equipment to do that, but we have to be able to do that. So Leonidas has been around in Argus Media for 3.5 years, and also he worked for the UK's Ofgem company, which is gas and electricity markets. And Leonidas, are you there? Yes, I can see he's there. Okay. And let me tell you, this is off the workshop. He's going to spend his Easter in Mombasa, Diani and Mombasa. But that's a personal piece of information, nothing to do with the workshop. Welcome, Leonidas. Can we hear you? We can't hear you yet. We see you. Speak up. Say, no, can't hear you. Maybe you're muted somewhere, or... Is,
Yanis, can you hear me now?
yes, 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 loud and clear. Loud and clear, okay.
Okay, super.
So welcome.
Let-
Leonidas will describe the work package 5, where TUM participates. And hopefully we will have one more workshop dedicated to bioenergy sometime in the autumn of 25, and maybe a new project next year. Leonidas, the floor is yours.
Super. Thank you very much, Ioannis. Please let me know if you can see my slides in full screen mode
Yes,
as well.
yes, yes, it's in the...
Okay. Okay. Great. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Yanni, this is an honor, and I'm very happy to be here. And thank you to TUM as well for the invitation to speak about it. As Yanni said, I've been part of the biofuels, let's say European biofuels industry for 8 years now. But also I have a privilege of this year being a student too at the University of Piraeus, where Yannis was a professor in one of the lectures. So I'm very happy to say that he's also my professor for this year at least. So very glad to cooperate with him on this project as well. I'm going to have a small introduction about what we do. So the AWABA is the European Waste and Advanced Biofuels Association. What that means is that we represent the supply chain of waste-based and advanced biodiesel producers. That includes feedstock collectors, so waste-based collectors, used cooking oils, animal fats, other wastes. That includes traders and technology providers and national associations. So encompassing more than 60 members from across 22 EU member states. We're founded over 12 years ago. We're based in Brussels, and yeah, I mean, our main aim, let's say, is to promote the use of sustainable biofuels that are produced from waste and advanced feedstocks. This is a map that shows the plants that we represent, so waste and advanced biodiesel facilities across Europe. As you'll see, they're all around Europe in different sizes, in different member states. And yeah, I mean, it's quite a hustle and a challenge for us to observe what's happening across Europe, but it's part of the work that we do. And it's a good thing that Europe has unified policy around biofuels, and it has done for, well, since 2008 actually, because it's been promoting biofuels in Europe since the first Renewable Energy Directive in 2008, and without policy and without regulatory framework, there would be essentially no biofuels, because the price difference with fossil fuels, as you'll probably know from your professor, is quite vast. So policy is needed, and we'll talk about that later. This is the supply chain for you to understand a little bit the biodiesel, the waste biodiesel world, basically from the collection point of used cooking oils in restaurant, households, animal farms for animal fats, going down to the end user, which are the ships, the trucks, and the cars. This is what AWABA members produced in 2023, just for you to have an idea and number in mind. More than 2 million tons of waste and advanced biodiesel, mostly for the road transport sector. A few of those, about 5% at the time, were devoted to maritime. And as you'll see, we have waste biodiesel as used cooking oil biodiesel in green, the tallow, which is the animal fat biodiesel, in orange, and then the advanced production, which increases every year, which I'm going to talk about later, in red. And this is what we call advanced biodiesel in Europe. The tasks, I'm not going to go into these. This is the idea of Work Package 5, which AWABA is a leader, of course, with the support of all members. The title, let's say, and the main aim is exploitation for sustainable value chain and promoting new policies for innovation, the economy and the society. And what that means is basically looking at the demos themselves. We have 4 different demos, 9 different value chains, because these very well elaborated on them before, so I won't go into details. But basically creating that, stakeholder mapping, connecting the value chains with the market analysis, the market engagement, the market preparedness. So how far each of these technologies has gone so far, what we can do to let's say deploy those technologies in larger scale, what incentives we could give in terms of market incentive, financial incentive, and policy incentive. So one of the works that we have started is, as you see, T5.5, which is the analysis of the policy framework and the potential barriers. This is mostly what I'll be talking about today. As you'll see, this started in October 2024, so we have about 6 months, and the final report is going to be handed in September 2027. So there's still 2.5 years. So we're still in early stages, but we're building upon the knowledge that we have. And of course, the T5.7, which is the relevant task of interest, especially on this room, is exploring market and regulatory opportunities and challenges in Africa, specifically in sub-Saharan Africa and Kenya. As you'll see, this specific task is starting in September of 2025, so later this year. But of course, Yannis has been quite proactive, and he understands that the more involved you can be in this project, the more you can gain out of it, and I think that's a great approach. And of course, we're here to present, a bit our early work, and hopefully we can be here in the future to present even more. Deliverables, I'm not going to go into detail. 5.7, again, the report on market and regulatory opportunities is of interest, and the deliverables is at the end of the project, which again is September 2027. So we still have some time. What we do in 5.5, which is the policy framework report, is that we'd like to create an analysis of EU and national regulation in Europe relevant to the FuelForIA demos. So building upon the feedstock, CO2s, the waste streams from anaerobic digestion, the urban biowaste, of course, the algae, all of those feedstocks, how can they fit into European policy? What can we suggest as future policy to promote those feedstocks and those end fuels even more in order to decarbonize efficiently road, maritime and aviation, which is a very, very difficult task and a very big challenge, let's say, for Europe and for the world, not just the European side. So the main aim of this report is to identify the regulatory bottlenecks and the barriers, as we said, that hamper the full deployment of the solutions developed. So we need to see where do they stand in terms of technological readiness, and what can we do to bring them into full scalability and full deployment. The analysis, of course, will examine ongoing planned projects in EU member states and outside of EU, of course, where synergies could be explored. And as we've said, Africa, and of course, it's part of this project, Africa is a very interesting and good partner for us in order to explore synergies between Europe and Africa. So it's one of the main aims that we'd like to derive after this project. These are the demos, and they portray the value chains. I'm not going to go into detail because Kostis, I think, covered this quite eloquently. But as you'll see, We have 3 different countries: Belgium, Spain, and Greece. And of course, we have a lot of different end-use sectors, which is very interesting in order to see how much of a span these technologies could have, not just on the transport sector, but also on the power plant sector, on the island energy system. So yeah, I mean, I'm very happy to be part of this project. So the context and the objectives. So why are we choosing these fuels, and why are we targeting those sectors? So aviation, maritime, and the heavy-duty road sector, so like big trucks, for example, are hard to electrify sectors. So we know that electrification is very important for Europe. The European Commission has been very ambitious and aggressive on its targets to reach higher electrification. But of course, that's not possible to a full extent yet. We have a lot of issues to deploy electrification at a big scale. In aviation, that may not be possible even in like 50 years. I think the technology is very limited as far as we know. In maritime, it's possible, but to smaller, let's say, voyages, smaller routes, and not very big, let's say, journeys, transatlantic. That's not very possible for now. For heavy duty, it's easier to electrify, but still, I mean, you would need a lot of space for, let's say, the batteries to actually have a long range and be able to reach its destination without many stops. So that would limit the amount, the volume that it can carry. So again, I mean, it has a lot of limitations, and that's one of the reasons why we're looking at those fuels. Of course, the climate neutrality goal by 2050 is a major one, and it's also one of the main reasons why we want to advance with those fuels. The report goals is to present the 9 value chains for advanced biofuels and RFMBOs. And of course, one of the main topics for us as well is to examine EU policy drivers and see what could work in other regions such as Africa as well. Last, to identify barriers, as we said, and recommend solutions, of course. Very briefly, just to run you through the biofuels, because we hear about biofuels, we hear about some biofuels are worse than others. We often hear about deforestation in several parts of the world. Biofuels are different from each other. There are the crop-based biofuels that the European Union invested in and promoted back in 2008. These are the first generation biofuels, we call them, and they compete, let's say, with land in terms of the crop. So they use rapeseed, soybean, palm oil, and a lot of other cottonseed oil, a lot of other kind of first generation feedstocks in order to produce fuels. The waste-based biofuels are the ones that, they're a smaller part of the market because by nature they're limited. They're used cooking oils, the one, we fry, for example, some food, and we collect oil after it's kind of heated down. And then we can collect from households, we can collect from food restaurants, from food chains, restaurant chains, manufacturers. So all of this is collected, and then you can produce biodiesel. The same thing with tallow, which is the animal fat. We can go to renderers, we can go to animals manufacturing facilities and collect what's left basically from the meat production and produce, instead of having this waste, produce biofuels out of it. So that's going to be waste-based biofuels. And several European countries double count these fuels towards the mandates, the energy mandates. So they're very promoted by the European Union, but not as much as these fuels, the advanced biofuels, which have come to light and to interest over the past years. So advanced biofuels are produced from waste-based, again, feedstocks that are part of the Annex 9 of the European Renewable Energy Directive. They're part of so on the Annex 9, we have a separation between waste and between advanced biofuels. Advanced feedstocks have significant potential in terms of volumes. They're not as limited, and they are incentivized further by the EU. So these are, in terms of the biofuels, these are the feedstocks that we're going to look into in this project. And I believe these are the feedstocks that are most of interest as well for Kenya and for Africa in general. Some of those feedstocks are intermediate crops, crops grown on severely degraded land, municipal wastewater oil, raw methanol, algae, sewage sludge, and a lot more basically. And for example, already the Italian colossal oil company has invested, ENI has invested in Kenya to produce cover crops, to crop cover crops, to produce castor oil, and a lot other advanced feedstocks basically for the production of advanced biodiesel. So this is something, of course, that we've been looking into. The case studies, the examples that we have already from European companies coming to Africa and trying to see where the opportunities lie. Now, we've talked about biofuels briefly. This is an intro on the RFNBOs. These are the renewable fuels of non-biological origin. RFNBOs are defined, within kind of the Renewable Energy Directive as the liquid and gaseous fuels, the energy content of which is derived from renewable sources other than biomass. So biofuels, of course, are bio-based. RFNBOs are not bio-based, but they come from renewable energy sources. So the rules of RFNBOs are well embedded into the European regulation. The European Commission has adopted 2 delegated acts to define and regulate those fuels. Those fuels, may I say that they're not as advanced in terms of TRL, in terms of deployment in Europe. So biofuels and advanced biofuels are being used extensively. Of course, the potential for advanced biofuels is huge, but RFNBOs are still in early phases. We have, of course, targets set in place, for example, in aviation and within the Renewable Energy Directive for RFNBOs, but those are directed mostly from 2030 onwards, because now we're working more on the technology readiness, the scalability, the bringing down the costs. And of course, this project is all about that, bringing more visibility on how these fuels can be used more extensively. So yeah, I mean, these fuels can come from as you'll see, from all renewable energy sources, and the delegated acts that have defined it, of course, first of all, promote RFNBOs from renewable energy sources compared to fossil-based sources, and also provide a methodology for calculating the life cycle emissions, which is quite important to compare it with other fuels. Very important for this project, the policy, as we said, the policy landscape. We have to understand what's happening and what's worked in the EU, and what could work in the EU, and then try to compare and create synergies and, prepare recommendations for non-EU countries as well, like Kenya. And this is one of the topics that, of course, we'll be looking at with Dr. Yanis. So we're going to delve into the national and European Union policy landscape. So the key policies, the directives, strategic initiatives at both the national and EU level, the regulatory requirements and mandates that we have, the specific standards and mandates, as we talked about, for advanced biofuels and RFNBOs. And then, of course, the incentives that could enable the market growth that we'd like to see in the next years. The main policies that we're going to look at are the Renewable Energy Directive, the revised version as of 2 years ago, which have enabled higher renewables share in transport and higher advanced biofuel and RFNBO sub-mandates as well for several sectors in transport and in the energy sector and industry. We're going to have the Repower EU, which aims at reducing the fossil fuel reliance to boost the renewable hydrogen, which is a big bet for Europe and for the world, I would say, of course. But hydrogen has been, we've been hearing about it for 25 years as the fuel of the future. But I think we have been lacking the incentive to invest, and unfortunately, the incentive of the climate catastrophe that we're kind of seeing around the world, which kind of has enabled a few of us, hopefully more, to switch away from fossil fuels and use more and more renewable fuels. The FuelEU Maritime and the ReFuelEU Aviation are the first ever regulations in the EU to promote so aggressively, let's say, renewable fuels for the maritime sector in Europe with a GHG reduction intensity target, and for the ReFuelEU Aviation with a clear signal of a blending mandate. That means that in 2025, from this year onwards until 2029, all flights kind of departing from the EU have to have 2% of their fuel coming from renewable sources. So coming from sustainable aviation fuels, essentially. That would, from 2030 include also e-kerosene and other, very like RFNBOs, like very promising fuels. But for now, we have to rely only on the liquid fuels that we have. So the SAF, let's say, the sustainable aviation fuel. And last, the EU ETS and taxonomy. Carbon pricing is very important, expanding to maritime as of this year. And of course, sets the definition for sustainable investments. A few barriers and challenges that we have allocated already. This will be expanded, of course, but just a brief mention. Of course, the technical and operational, very important. Feedstock is different because we're talking about waste. Feedstocks is different depending on where it comes from, depending on the season that you collect it. So you have to be wary, to always measure, identify, and be able to use the feedstock in the best possible way. The scalability hurdles, of course, for algae cultivation, definitely that's a very important feedstock for Kenya, Sub-Saharan Africa. One of the main benefits that this advanced feedstock could bring is that it has a very high yield. So from the fresh mash of algae, you can get up to 80% of oil. That's a lot more than what you could get, for example, from rapeseed or even palm oil, which is considered one of the highest yields there are for feedstocks for biofuels. So up to 80% is huge. So there's a big advantage in scaling up those feedstocks for biofuels, but there is of course an issue of the cost, and there is an issue of being still lagging behind in terms of scalability. So we're using mostly demonstration plants and small scale plants that still have issues to, let's say, to demonstrate in a larger scale. So the CapEx and OpEx, very important. Of course, the investment side of things, the carbon pricing uncertainty, as we said, is very volatile. So it's very difficult to predict as an investor when you're going to have a return on your investment, basically. The lack of long-term contracts as well. The regulation is changing every 2 years in Europe, so it creates an uncertainty in terms of policy, and this is something that the European Union could have done a lot better. Unfortunately, every 4 or 5 years, the European Parliament changes, the Commission changes a lot, so the priorities kind of shift. And of course, every member state has their own priorities. They have their own feedstocks and their own resources. So in a way, they have their own objectives. So it's very difficult to bring all of this together. Of course, the regulatory, we talked about that, and then the market and supply chain, there are a lot of gaps. The refueling, the logistics. Of course, we're now working on that, and we're going to work on that on the reports. But those bottlenecks are there, and they require a lot of, often a lot of expensive infrastructure, especially when it comes to RFNBOs. And then the low public awareness, I think it's something we discussed before. You know, what are biofuels? Why would we use them? Why are some biofuels worse than others? So, you know, we need to be able to explain that to the public. We need to explain why waste feedstocks are better than crop feedstocks, why waste feedstocks could be otherwise discarded in landfills and, you know, create further pollution, methane slip. And of course, why waste feedstocks, you know, promote circularity, and that they don't compete with food and feed, you know, so they don't compete with land. And the same with algae, it doesn't compete with land. It can grow into open ponds and photobioreactors. So one of my last slides, the stakeholder perspective, a very important one to map out the stakeholders involved in all of this. This is one of the main deliverables that we will have this year. Then we can go out in the market and in the industry and talk with people and understand more, interview them, and understand more of what has worked, what doesn't work, and what are the real bottlenecks in the regulation as it is formed right now. So the way ahead, of course, critical to evaluate the role of advanced biofuels and RFNBOs, as we said, for a lot of sectors, not only transport, but, you know, other end-use sectors. There's a policy momentum coming from the RED III that was revised 2 years ago. The same with FuelEU, ReFuelEU. But we need to be careful because a lot of ambition can create difficulties in terms of scaling up. It creates difficulties because there are limited feedstocks, sometimes limited investments. So we need to be able for policy and investments to go hand in hand. So policy should be simplified and should, you know, create proper incentives for companies that want to promote those fuels, basically, and produce those fuels. And then, of course, timely action, cross-sector collaboration, and cross-country, of course, cross-continent collaboration, in this case, Europe and Africa, in order to be able to reach the targets that we have for 2030 and 2050. That's all for me. Thank you very much. And again, much appreciate the invite.
Thank you, Leonidas. A round of applause, please, for Leonidas. Before I ask him one question and give him 1 minute to answer, have you seen the film Sparta, the 300 of Sparta? Has anybody seen it? Leonidas was the guy who was leading those 300, so that's his name, okay? That's the useless information of the day. Leonidas, if you had to choose one direction for Kenya, what would it be? 1 minute.
Well, I think definitely investing in intermediate crops. We know that it helps with the soil quality. We know that it helps a lot the farmers to gain an extra, let's say, income. And of course, they're very, very promising in terms of biodiesel production from a very advanced, let's say, feedstock. And of course, hydrogen. I mean, if we can invest and work around the policy and the technology readiness and be able to bring that technology over to Africa from Europe, that would be, I think, incredible. Yeah, hopefully we can, with this project, we can get a step closer.
I totally agree with hydrogen. Let me also tell you that this audience today had a lot of maritime cadets. So any mention of the maritime fuels that are needed is very, very useful for us here. Leonidas, thank you so much. Welcome when you come to Mombasa. Enjoy your Easter here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Yannis. Thank you very much, everyone.
So we're running a bit late. And because Leonidas, with his presentation, really covered, in essence, the next presentation, we will skip that one and we will go straight to our panel. So I'll ask the director of the Maritime Institute, Dr. Mariam, and John Maitha to join me in the panel. You can stand up and stretch for a couple of minutes because you've been going straight. And there is tea there. You can go and serve yourself and come back. Don't disappear. You can stretch a little. We're starting in 3 minutes. You can take your tea and also listen.
Excuse me, take your tea and come back to the seats. Take your tea and come back and sit down.
We're starting in a minute. Hello, welcome to the panel discussion. First of all, welcome the new entrants, the high school students. We're happy to have you here. For those who were here since morning, you know that we're discussing Horizon. Horizon is a European Union platform that funds research. It funds research and innovation projects. It funds projects that help technology transfer. And we had an ambassador from EU, African Union collaboration to introduce us to what Horizon is. And then we presented the two Horizon projects that TUM is already running. One is on modeling, and the other one is on biofuels and also renewable fuels of non-biological origin. So the scene is set for the panel discussion because Horizon is great. Horizon is giving us money to do research and advance innovations and even transfer technology. But how sustainable is that? What can we do as Kenya to maybe become independent? Maybe have our own research directives? I don't know. These are questions, and more of them will come with this panel that we have here, this distinguished TUM representatives. So first is the director of Maritime Institute, and I would ask you kindly to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Professor. My name is Talib Ibrahim Mohammed. I'm the director of the Institute of Maritime and Seafaring Studies. By profession, I'm a ship captain, and additionally, I'm an academician. I'm also a lecturer of nautical science, which is navigation, marine engineering, and also maritime management in the university. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Karibu. Dr. Mariam, please introduce yourself.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Dr. Mariam Swale. At the university, I work in the research office, Office of Partnership, Research and Innovation. I'm assistant registrar in charge of research and grants. I'm also, by training, I'm a chemist. I have a doctorate in chemistry, and also my research area is in marine science and climate change, and I lead the Ocean Climate Innovation Hub in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mariam. And Mr. John Maitha, who is with me at the Research Center, the Renewable Energy and Climate Science Research Center we have at TUM, the one that is responsible for the two Horizon projects. John?
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is John Maitha. I work at TUM at the Institute of Maritime Studies and Seafarer Studies. Professionally, I'm a mechanical engineer, but I ventured into the world of renewable energy technologies and climate change. At the Renewable, at RECREC, that is the Renewable Energy and Climate Change Research Center, I deputize Professor Yanis on projects and coordination. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So, we're all interested in research. We need research. This is a university. It's not an industry. It's an industry of brains. So brains do research, do innovation, advanced technology. To do that, you need money. We need funding. So we discussed that. Horizon is really great, especially these days that the USA is cutting down even completely some of its support to projects, even on health issues. So what do we do? What can we do to advance our work without being so much dependent? Or is that a one-way street? Director.
In terms of research, especially in the case of our institute, the Institute of Maritime and Seafaring Studies, our researches are mainly centered on the human capacity, that is building a human capacity pool that actively participates in sustainable maritime operations. So in our case, aside from the funding, our main way forward is the engagement of the seafarers during their refresher and revalidation studies in order to bring in the experiences they have had on board and documenting those experiences, because that is one straight avenue and a very reliable one in terms of getting the experiences in terms of the application of the new technologies on board, especially the dual fuel engines, which now use LNG gas and diesel. So it's using renewable energy and fossil fuel energy. So therefore we need to document that first-hand experience that a seafarer brings in when coming back from the ship, and that is a free type of data that we can document properly and get to build a research around it without doing a capital cost in terms of financing the project.
I hear you, but this is also this data collection and data processing. So you have to move it forward, you will need at some point some funding. Otherwise, you just stay at that level. In order to advance it, you will need. But it's okay, it's a very good approach. Let me get to Dr. Mariam, because she's also involved in maritime through oceans. I know she's involved in oceans a lot, so can we hear your thoughts on that?
Would you mind repeating the question again?
Sorry? What do you think is sustainable for research in our university and in Kenya? How can it be sustainable? Funding is a major tool, a major lever for the research. So, do we just rely always on what the European Union, somebody else, or can we do anything to leverage funding to advance research? It's a question that's very pertinent for the whole of sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay, number one, funding is important. Yeah, like I can't say that we don't need it. We need funding, especially our university is still very young as a technical university of Mombasa. So we need a lot of infrastructure support in order to scale up our research and innovation. And also, the other thing that I'm looking at, that we can also look at is collaboration, because even if we have the funding or not, we still need for us to have sustainable research, or research which is solution-based, that can maybe support some of the challenges that we are facing as a country. We need collaboration with industry locally, as well as collaboration with the international community. So we can see, as Kenyans, we can do everything alone. No, usually what works well when it comes to sustainable development is where people come together. People from different, different organizations coming together and bringing their resources. So it doesn't have to be direct money funding. It can be in-kind support, where one organization probably has certain facilities which we don't have, but since we are working on the project together, it will help us, push the project with the resources that we have. The other thing, I feel that, for a long time, researchers work in isolation. People don't understand what we do. And that creates a gap between us who have solutions, like the researchers or scientists, and the community which is out there that actually have those problems and they need support or help. And also, so it's very important for us to communicate what we are doing, like what you've done today with the IAM COMPACT and FuelForIA project. I feel today I have had a better understanding of what you do, and which is also very important, having those simulation work, and it gives us an idea of what needs to be addressed urgently, or what are the gaps that we should address, and how are we going to address them. So I feel like what you've done today is very key in having, if we're going into the direction of sustainability, communicating our research, and this will help also other stakeholders probably who are interested in that area of research to come in. So yeah, I think those are my thoughts.
It's an excellent point about research being in isolation, and that was part of the reason for this workshop today, to bring at least the community, the university community, in contact with the research done. And this is very advanced research, let me say. Both projects have very advanced research, breaking new ground, especially FuelForIA. IAM COMPACT is a modeling concept, still is great work, ready for the government, but FuelForIA is breaking ground. So community needs to know, and also community has to give feedback. I totally agree with you. Still, we need money for that, but we'll come back to that. John.
Thank you very much, Prof. Let me break it down into maybe three areas. The first area is our national government, which is supposed to give at least 2% of its earnings to research. That has been happening, but it has not really been happening in each and every year. So we have NACOSTI, that is the institute which is in charge of research in Kenya, which is supposed to receive that funding, but it's not been receiving it as consistently as possible. So obviously, there we need research. Then coming to TUM, we have research funding that is given through PRI. It is given down from students all the way to lecturers, and it also promotes what is called consortium building. If you develop a project, which is a consortium, which is between different schools, you get more money than when you develop a project when you are alone. So we still have funding at the PRI, but also it's also not enough. Through consortiums and through these international projects, we have also been introduced to various levels of funding. We have EU Horizon, we have Erasmus, and we have other different types of funding bodies. We are supposed to get into a habit of knowing how to write proposals and get this type of funding for our research. And we should also get into a habit of forming consortiums. Doing solo research is actually not profitable, number one. Number two, then you become a lone ranger. You become a lone ranger researcher. And number three, you don't get a lot of money, don't get a lot of funding, as opposed to when you are doing it in a consortium. Thank you.
Okay, this is correct. Let's move to an actual research area. A research area that all three of you touch upon. And I'll start with you, Dr. Mariam. Oceans are hampered by the shipping lanes and the shipping itself, okay? What about green ships? This is the new concept, it's coming out, and it's not only energy, it's also pollution. So what about green shipping, from your point of view, as an ocean protection advocate?
I think I'll let Talib start, because he spoke something about that in the... Yeah. Okay. I feel right now we're moving into sustainability as the whole world. Everyone is moving towards sustainability. And green shipping is part of it. And what it basically means is bringing in, for a long time, the shipping industry has been dependent on fossil fuels. So how can we change that to reduce the effects of climate change? So part of the reduce programs that different parts of the world are looking into is how can we use green energy or renewable energy to support the shipping industry so that to reduce emissions. So I feel it's a very critical part as far as climate change is concerned. And it's also high time to use the natural resources that the ocean offers us. There are opportunities for renewable energy from the ocean, apart from the wind turbines, but also there are technologies that other countries, like for example, Ghana, which is an African country, is pursuing, is the use of current energy, wave or current energy from the ocean. That energy can be used to support the shipping industry. So we still, as a country, in Kenya, we need to rethink and also see how we can leverage the power of the ocean or the resources from the marine environment to support the energy sector, especially when it comes to shipping. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. John. Renewable energy in the sea. Give us your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Prof. Just to start with, us as TUM and maybe in Kenya, we actually live along a very, very long coastline, all the way from Lamu to Vanga. But we have never really used the coastline to benefit us in terms of energy. And as much as we produce a lot of electricity in Kenya on renewable energy, we have never really ventured into energy which is actually obtained from the ocean. And I will really suggest that we venture into that. It's actually a little bit expensive, but it's viable, and its efficiency is actually quite high. And maybe looking at forms at the various forms of maybe tidal energy and wave energy, I believe that it's time that we venture into such ventures and see how we can actually increase the amount of energy we are getting, and maybe do a little bit away from geothermal and move a little bit away from also thermal energies. Thank you.
Yeah, I just remembered. Another source of energy that can come from the ocean is hydrogen energy. But I just want to add that there's still need for research to be done in this area of renewable energy, especially when it comes to sources of energy like hydrogen energy, or because recently we had a discussion with someone, with some colleagues in the climate space. How can we make ethanol or hydrogen itself from the ocean using just the ocean water? Okay, thank you.
So, Director, this is your question. That's why I left you last. Green shipping, this is your call.
Thank you very much, Prof. Green shipping is a pertinent issue right now in terms of sustainability and resilience of the global supply chain. For a long time, ships have been using fossil fuel. We started from having heavy fuel oil, which has very high concentration of sulfur. And we went down to now what we call the sulfur cap, which is a protocol that actually came into effect in 2020. So we call it the sulfur cap 2020. Yes, it is being capped, the amount of sulfur in heavy fuel oil, where it needs to go less than 0.05%. And that is where now we have the other two grades of fuel, which is the low sulfur fuel oil and the very low sulfur fuel oil. So in terms of green shipping, we are looking into how are we going to operate sustainably while at the same time protecting the marine environment. Thus, there are a number of things that come into play. One is alternative fuel for ships. Two is fuel and energy efficiency during the operation of ships. And the third one is decarbonization of ports. So the first one, the alternative fuels, apart from reducing the sulfur content and capping the sulfur content of heavy fuel oil used by ships, we have now gone into looking into other alternative fuels, and that includes cleaner fuels, which are also fossil fuel but cleaner fuels. That is the liquefied natural gas, LNG. So LNG at the moment has been pioneered, the technology has been developed and is under constant improvement, and there are quite a number of ships that are now operating using LNG gas. So actually there's a ship which is calling the port of Mombasa almost every 1.5 months, bringing vegetable oil. MV Arctic Tan, it uses dual fuel engine, where at sea it uses LNG, but then during the maneuvers in the port, it's using marine gas oil, MDO, which is very low sulfur fuel oil, VLSFO. But at sea, it's using liquefied natural gas. The other aspect is energy efficiency, whereby at the moment, we have a new concept that has come into the maritime industry, which is maritime energy management, managing energy efficiency of ships, where we calculate what we call the EEDI, which is the energy efficiency index. And through that, we're able to monitor how much emission is being released into the environment. And that is regulated by the International Convention on Prevention of Pollution from Ships, which is called the MAPOL Convention, Annex 6 on air pollution. So the Annex 6 has recently come into force, and therefore the EEDI and EAXI, the exchange index, is now part of the regulatory framework. So first, we need to have technological advances into fuel. Secondly, we need to have laws and regulations that are there, and the laws and regulation need to be not only at the national level, but also at the regional level and at the international level. So the saving grace for us in the maritime industry is that most of our regulations start at the international level, then they're domesticated into the national laws. So the maritime industry is highly regulated in terms of operations. The other component now is, yes, we have the technology, we have the laws and regulations, but the human element must also be prepared to be part of that energy efficiency project. So therefore, the training of marine engineers and the training of deck officers, the nautical officers, also takes into consideration the sustainability aspect. So whereby now in the syllabus of marine engineers, the curriculum, they are also being trained on maritime energy management, which covers the practical application for sustainable operations and energy efficiency of running the engine room on board any ships. And the same is also delivered to the deck officers, the navigators, who are the users of those machinery on board. Then aside from that, then when the ships call to any port, let's say they come to the port of Mombasa, the engine is not entirely shut down. The engine is put probably on standby for most of the time. However, there are other diesel engine generators that are being run at the same time to provide electricity, and the load at that time becomes a higher load because now the engine is not being used, the main engine, so we are using the diesel generators to sustain life on board. So that now increases emissions in the port, and as the ship is being there alongside, it means that we have a concentration from almost 30 ships which are in the port emitting greenhouse gases into the environment. So then what is the next step is port decarbonization, whereby now we need to find an alternative means of energy to sustain human life on board that will not include the use of fossil fuel. And many ports right now, they have what we call the cold ironing facility. It is simply you come with the ship alongside, and then you plug your ship to an external source of electricity to power the ship as the ship is alongside. And most important is the training. The human element the capacity must be built to a level that they are able also to buy into the sustainability the project. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very thorough. Let me say already there are many ports that are running on clean electricity, and they use the facility of cold ironing so that the ships don't burn any fossil fuels. Let me disagree with you about LNG. LNG may be less, but still emits carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide is a killer. Okay, that's what causes climate change. Allow me, as being MZ, who's been with renewables for 48 years now, so to say that wave energy, tidal energy, offshore wind are there for us to take. And I hope before I leave Mombasa to see a project over there. And project that will produce hydrogen, not from the ocean, from desalination of the water. You just do desalination. Hydrogen is very simple. You decompose water, and then when you burn it, you produce water. It's the best you can do. So shipping is a great area. It's a dirty area. It needs to be cleaned up because the guys who run shipping, those present accepted, I'm talking about the ship owners, they have a lot of money, so they kept the regulations at the lowest possible level. Efficiency, industry is using rules of efficiency for years now, okay? They should have been there already. The most important for my account in shipping is the alternative fuel, okay, from hydrogen. Chemical solutions like methanol is being tested, ammonia is being tested. There are ships that run on wind, small ones, but they're there. That's how you start, so it will happen. Okay, sorry to do that, but I thought I had to say it. Okay, so the areas are there. The research is there. Kenya has the ports. We can actually have a project on electrifying that port here in Mombasa, okay? And so ships will shut off their engines when they dock. What can we do to create projects, research projects that will be beneficial to Kenya? And they can export knowledge as well. Do you have any ideas on that? It's a free-for-all. Any idea? What should we do? Give me a project. Give an idea. The guys are here. Anybody from the floor as well? Ideas about projects. What can we do?
I will confine myself to the maritime and shipping industry, and now I will expand it from the cargo industry to the fishing industry. The coast of Kenya is more than 600 kilometers, and our continental shelf goes to more than 300 nautical miles. So we have successfully bid for extending our exclusive economic zone from 200 nautical miles to 300 nautical miles, and we have been successful. You have been accepted. Now, the question that comes in is, the fishing industry is lagging behind because of not how we are going to fish, but after we fish, how are we going to preserve the fish? That is the problem. It's not on how are we fishing. We have a port which is coming up in the port of Shimoni, which is earmarked to be a fishing port, and we need to provide energy for preservation of the catch that is coming in. That is one of the areas that we can look into. The second one is we have a deep port in the port of Lamu, and it is in its early stage whereby decarbonization can be a very good component of the development of sustainable operations for that port, because the infrastructure is still green, and therefore we can mend, amend, and change. So those two areas are very critical for us. That is two ripe areas for a project. Yes. Through some discussions that we had in our Officers Association, where we have a technical committee on maritime, on marine engineering and maritime technology, one of the proposals was, and it's the common thing, is the buy-in of the Port Authority in its quest for being labeled as a green port, which we know obviously is for public relations purposes, and therefore the buy-in can be easier. Yeah, the buy-in can be easier because on one side it is a quick win for PR, and then in the long term it is for the environment. So those are two areas. If we explore, then we'll be able to find projects to do in that area.
Yeah, right. So as a researcher, and also the way I see research is, I see the research differently from how I used to view it. I believe that research needs to solve problems. We need to do research that will help or at least support some of our systems or solve some of the problems that we have. Currently, we're still facing issues of food security, and this food security is also attached to clean water and energy. So those are still very key as a country in order to improve our economy, in order to support all our systems as a nation. We need to be able to solve issues of food security, access to clean water and energy, which are part of the SDG. So I thought, yeah. So what I was thinking is, so I can talk about blue economy in general. I know Captain has spoken about the shipping industry, but I feel we are, since this is a coastal university and we are in the coast, I feel we are missing a great opportunity when it comes to in addressing the issues of food security and access to energy. We have like huge water bodies, because when we look at blue economy, we are not looking at the ocean only, but also we're looking at the rivers and the lakes, and like the rivers provide for us the thermal, what is called hydrothermal energy that is used, but also when it comes to climate change mitigation, if we look at the ocean, it has a very, very significant potential when it comes to climate change mitigation and adaptation. So it can solve our problems of food insecurity. It can solve our problem of access to water. as well as energy. So we are at the right place. We just need to look in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Same question.
Okay. I will still go back to fishing. My grandfather was a fisherman. My father was raised by a fisherman. And I will go to small-scale fishing, how we can actually bring in projects in small-scale fishing. Most of these fishermen usually go to fish in what we call speedboats. Speedboats using engines which are actually fossil-fueled. We have tried or we have succeeded in converting boda-bodas, that is the motorcycles, into electric motorcycles. Why can't we do the same to these speedboats? Why can't we convert speedboats from being fossil fuel powered into electrically powered speedboats? That is something that we can actually think about. When fishermen go to fish, most of the time they usually go with a kerosene lamp. The kerosene lamp more or less is usually their source of light. Why can't we think about maybe using solar batteries, so that maybe during the day they use solar, and then during the night they use solar batteries to actually power or to actually have light so that they can actually use. And when you fish and you take the fish to the fishmongers use firewood to fry the fish so that they can actually sell it to us. We are still attacking the climate, because firewood, obviously, is one of the major sources of actually bringing in carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. We should also think about bringing what we call clean energy cooking solutions to the fishmongers, and also to those people who actually deal with the after effects of the fishermen, what they bring on shore, the products and everything. So we can actually go small scale and think about bringing in sustainability and bringing in green energy to the small areas that actually are incorporated into the fishing industry. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So I think fishing is the common ground, because fishing can cover food insecurity. Yeah. And if we treat our oceans well, we will establish a better water basin. Is there anybody who wants to ask a question? Anybody from the audience? Anything? Something that's bothering you or tickling you? You want the answer now? Anybody?
There's someone there.
Yes? There is a hand there. Can we get a microphone to that guy? Hi.
Yes, good morning all over.
Morning.
My name is Wisdom Vald Nyambu, a student pursuing Bachelor of Technology in Marine Engineering at this institution. So my question goes directly to our director, Captain Talib Mohammed. You have touched on the green shipping aspect. So I just want clarification about the procedure, or is it some sort of protocol where the ship, you have said its engine, it doesn't shut entirely, but it is somehow run by the generators are the ones which are used to produce the electricity. So that is just the point I never got. So I'll just need a clarification from you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, seeking clarification.
Another question.
Good afternoon. So my name is Gibson, taking biomedical engineering. So I had a question on, they said there are alternative fuels used in the shipping industry. So You mentioned LNG, the liquefied natural gas. To my understanding, LNG requires critical temperatures for its storage and for the transportation, for it to be utilized. So, how is that done? I want to how there are new technologies, but how is it done to maintain the cryogenic low temperatures during the shipping of the LNG? Yeah.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Pondo. I'm a student, Bachelor's of Technology, Analytical Chemistry option. So I just wanted to touch on the FuelForIA. It's a very interesting project that has really touched my attention. And there's a very good cycle that we are able to see from the FuelForIA when we incorporate CO2 to form methane using the bioreactor. Just a challenge, is it possible to create a portable bioreactor where we can just be cycling CO2 and making methane, then using methane to produce CO2 as we produce energy, movable energy? So a very good cycle that will be able to maintain the CO2. Instead of emitting it, we'll be able to contain it. So that was just a concern. Another thing, how do you intend to incorporate the community into this waste management cycle? How, because we all belong in a community, we all belong in a setup at home, and we generate this waste. And most of your funding goes to institutions, industries. How are you intending to incorporate the community so that we can be able to manage this waste from the source? Thank you.
Yes, I'll answer both the two questions in one breath. Yeah. So for the normal operation of a ship, we have the main engine which is running, and the main engine is responsible for propulsion of the ship. That is for the movement of the ship from one point to another. However, there are other machineries which are also on board, which will now provide a service to the main engine and also to sustaining life on board. And one of them is the diesel generators, which is part of the auxiliary machinery on board. So these two, both of them will use fuel. However, with the new technologies, we have what we call shaft generation, whereby a device is coupled on the shaft, because as the ship is moving, the shaft is rotating. That act of the shaft rotating is what is required into the alternator to produce electricity, as you can find from the small dynamo alternators that are being used to provide very low voltage, but in this case it is providing high voltage. So when it is at sea, the load on the diesel generators is lower than when it is alongside, because at times the cranes that are on board that ship is also using electricity from the same generator. That is, the cargo systems are also dependent on those diesel generators. So now the question that comes in is, what do we do when we are alongside and we want to reduce emissions? When we want to reduce emissions, the easier way that has been found out is that we do what is called cold ironing. That is, we connect the ship to a shoreside electricity supply, and in our case, our electricity supply is environmental friendly because we generate electricity from the hydro dams, which means our electricity is hydroelectric. So we are not burning fossil fuels to get our electricity. We are getting electricity for us as a renewable source of energy from the dams that we have. We generate it that way. So it means that connecting the ship to the source of energy, the electricity, for us is environmentally friendly because we are supplying electricity from a renewable source of energy. Now, for the ships that are now using the latest technologies, which include the alternative fuels, LNG is still a fossil fuel, but it is cleaner than fuel oils, but it's still the same. Now, instead of having sulfur oxides, we now have carbon oxides, the COX, instead of having the SOx. All right? So, in order to transport liquefied natural gas, in order to transport natural gas, it needs to be liquefied. So, how it is being stored is that it is being stored in a liquefied form that is compressed under high pressure at very low temperatures in order for us to get the liquefied natural gas. That is why at home, sometimes there is something that we do subconsciously, that we take our cylinder of gas, which is liquefied petroleum gas, we try to shake it to see if there is water inside. No, that is not water. That is actually the petroleum gas, which is a byproduct of refining crude oil that has been liquefied to come into liquid form that we are using. So it is liquefied under at very low temperatures, under very high pressures in order to be managed. Okay?
Thank you. So first of all, this is how we're going to transport hydrogen, my friend, not LNG. Liquefied under pressure, hydrogen, not LNG. LNG still emits. Hydrogen is clean, the same procedure. Yeah. So your first question, I'll come down and you say it again about CO2 reactor. I'm MZ, I couldn't hear what you asked, so I'll come down. Let me address the second one about waste. There is so much that can be done on that. But you need an organizational structure, you need somebody who will oversee all that and do it. The waste, especially in this country, is tremendous. Even you can see waste around the university. You can see people setting fire, open fires to waste that is toxic. Okay? It's plastic and colors and stuff. This should be taken care of in a better way. Okay? Because we're running out of time, I want to say a couple of things. That science and technology have given all the answers we need to move to a 100% renewable, sustainable world. There is nothing missing. We need the application. We need the people to understand that the way we're moving is not sustainable. We're going off the cliff, the climate cliff, and it's your future that's on the line, the young ones, okay, not mine. I won't be here long. But the solutions are there. Give you one number only. Every 1.5 hours, the energy from the sun that hits the earth is enough to cover our energy needs for a whole year, the global energy needs. Every 1.5 hours, okay? So you can see the sources that we have at our disposal to use, but we don't. We use fossil fuels. Why? Because they make money in some people's pockets. That's the only reason. Renewables are free. This country has an abundance of inexhaustible renewables. That's where we concentrate. A round of applause for those three, please, for their participation. Sorry for keeping you late. There is one more presentation about Horizon projects. Is anybody interested, or do I skip it? Is anybody interested, want to know how to decode Horizon projects? Somehow I don't feel there is somebody here on that. But if there is, I'll be happy to do it. Okay. Thank you for coming. Thank you for participating. And we'll see you on the 7th conference. Thank you, guys.
For those students who actually would like to be trained on how to respond to calls of projects, especially the EU Horizon ones and also the Erasmus ones. Those who are interested, that is what Prof was asking. He has a presentation which he wants to share with those who are interested, so that actually you can be shown on how to respond to those calls and how to write project proposals which are actually going to make you get that type of funding, this international type of funding. So that is why he was asking, and if we're interested, then let us give him a chance to finish that presentation. I don't think it's very long, and then we also have some time to ask questions. So because Prof, I think they are still sitting, they are interested. They will have left if they are not interested. Because they are still sitting, I think we can have the presentation.
So what we're talking about is research. And what this panel was supposed to question and come up with answers is where do we get the funds to do research? Not in your iPhone, not in your phone. You don't get funds there. TikTok is not giving answers, first of all. TikTok is a scam. The answers are in your books. The funds come from places that they have some excess of money and they share it. This is usually Mzungu places, like the European Union. Why? Because they colonized other places and they became rich. At least they're giving something back. This is what we're talking about. We have to be honest about how things are running, okay? So Europe is funding the research projects in many places, Latin America, South Asia, and Africa. He has a dedicated line for Africa. Next slide, please. So we go quickly through those. This is Horizon Europe. This is what was today's seminar workshop all about. Horizon is the name of the call, the name of the funding call. It has many, many lines. It has a specific African line, and it provides funding for research, innovation, and technology projects. Two were presented this morning. Any of you who were here, you saw them. We can do more. We can do many more. That's why I was trying to get the discussion to come up with ideas of research projects. We have to think of what we do and then see if we can get somebody to help us do that. Please, next. We're going to go through that. Next one, please. No. Go on and I will stop you. There is no time for all that. This is, that's okay, stay here. This is the African. The presentation, I will leave with the organizers. You can request it. You can see it at your leisure. This explains how the EU Horizon works, the previous slides, okay? This is, if you click on the link, this is what you get, okay? This is the portal. It says calls for proposals. And there are numbers of calls, many calls. Let me say that I have a team of students. I'm also a professor at Strathmore University and at Meru. I have a team of students in both universities which I've trained to look into that and come with suggestions. It's not as easy as it sounds, but it works. Next. This is the Europe-Africa initiative, which is great because it's money that cannot be given unless there is an Africa country involved, okay? So this is our money. We have to take that. Next. Next. You see details of code. This is how it appears. It gives you the deadline, it gives you the budget, it gives you a number of things. This is what your work should be. Next. Next. Let's move fast here. Here. So, what is the point of this very short and very quick training course that I'm trying to do? We have to identify calls that are interest to our school, to our country, to our region, depends who would represent. So, what are calls? We said what calls are. They have money given for research, innovation, and technology transfer. Why do they do that? We said that already as well. The thing is, why don't we take it, or why don't we take enough? How? This is what we'll do now. Next. So, the calls in theory and in practice are supposed to move forward science, technology, markets, economy, and society. They support projects that will bring forward and upgrade science, technology, markets, economy, and society. Society lasts as always. Next. And they are very important because 99 times out of 100, they give 100% funding, especially for universities. If there are private companies, which are also allowed sometimes, they get 75%, which is still great. But universities, the two projects we have here, our costs are 100% funded. And if we get a project, a little back once more, they give money, but for us, it will advance our national, regional, country, city, and even personal targets. Of course, it's personal targets. You are researchers, you will become researchers. You want to do better, you want to get a scholarship, you want to get a PhD and a master's, a degree, anyway. Next. So, the opposite of the exercise is to help you understand, identify, decode, assess, propose, prepare, and finally participate in a project. We can't do that, of course, all today because we ran it very quickly. Next. The background. There are a lot of calls. So what I do with my team is I send them the links to the calls and they start checking them. They carry a preliminary categorization. I have a template which they have to fill. Next. Not everything is for everyone. Depends on, I mean, if you were working for Director Ibrahim, you have to go for marine stuff. He wouldn't be interested in agriculture. Fisheries, he might be, okay? So your research area is dictated by the interests of the institution you represent, okay? And maybe I'll give you some specific guidelines as to what we're looking for this time. First of all, I have a request from people in Europe. They want green shipping. They do that. So that's why I mentioned it as well. Next. Then you really read the call and you record the most important items about that call. This is decoding. This is what you do actually. Where it's coming from, what budget does it have, whether the budget is 100%, the targeted research area, but the red ones are the most important. It's not there, but prerequisites. Are we eligible? Is Kenya eligible to participate? Is our university eligible to participate? You have to find that. Requirements. You may need to have an association. You may need to have a specific school in the university. I don't know. There are requirements and prerequisites. Limitations. Maybe the funding is not 100%. Maybe something else. These are things you have to look every time in every call. And most important, deadlines. There are calls now that are closing end of April, beginning of May. You will never be able to set up a team to submit a call for something that's running as quickly as that. So you have to be a few months later, okay? Next. Now, that's the most important and most difficult aspect. I didn't say it so far, but we have to say it now. We cannot do this ourselves. As Kenyan entities or universities, we cannot apply. We need Mzungu University to take us by the hand and say, okay, come in our project. That's what happened to the two projects that I shared this morning. Those guys are my friends from Greece, and they asked me to participate. So the matchmaking is important. So what I'm doing now is creating templates of projects, and I share them with my contacts, trying to arouse their interest. And there is interest. And if they're interested, and they say, okay, now you don't have to do anything. They take the lead. Somebody is the project coordinator, the leader. They take the lead. They build a consortium, which is usually 20, 25 institutions, and they take us in as well as partners. And that's how we benefit. We cannot lead such a call, such a project, unfortunately. It will not be accepted. Next. Sometimes, and it happens, they can reach out to you as you are sitting in your sofa watching a football match. It may happen, you know, they may have some interest. They may need a Kenyan university, so they say, who's in Kenya, who's in Kenya? Prof. Yannis is. They reach out. That's how things happen. But usually we have to work to prepare. Next. Once the matching is finalized, the project leader will set up his consortium. You saw the first project was 22 parties, the second 26. It's a huge consortium. The money is a lot, 10 million euros, which is 1.5 billion Kenyan shillings, the total money. So somebody who will do the coordination will set up the consortium, and then he will create the proposal, the work packages, and then will assign you a role as you who started it all. In both these projects, in the first were in work package 6, in the second were in work package 5. Obviously, our role is limited because of where we are and because there are so many others. And then they ask you to write up your participation, prepare the part of the proposal you have to fit, submit the budget, and then they submit the proposal to the EU, and you keep your fingers crossed, hoping it will be approved. Chances are around 4 to 5%. The rate is not very high because they're so competitive, so competitive. You can imagine because the money is so good, there are many people who are applying to get approval. Next. It's okay, yeah. Well, of course, you always try the better for your institution, you know. I mean, a quick example, I had a proposal for Meru. Our budget was 250 initially. We ended up 390,000 euros, which I consider it good, but the project was not approved, so the effort did not come to fruition. Next. What do you get? You guys, the student guys. You get all that knowledge, glory from participating in the successful project, exposure, which is opportunity, very, very important, opportunities, familiarization. Sometimes if the project is realized, you may get trips if you are part of the project. You may get a Kitogo as well from the budget. You never know. This is up to the project leader. It's possible. Rare, but possible. Next. It's okay, next. This is, I usually have some tests that I share with the students. Next, please. Next, 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 next. Ah, we missed something. Ah. Can you go back a little? If I see it, I will stop you. Ah, here, sorry. It was here because I can't see it. The top is cut off. I want to share with you, this is the last one. I want to share you the tale of Capodistrias. Capodistrias was the first president of my country after its liberation. So Capodistrias was trying to introduce potatoes into the country. So he wanted to introduce potatoes. So he brought potatoes. The Greeks didn't give a damn about potatoes. Nobody was interested. So what he did, he rented a big storehouse. He put the potatoes in and put army outside to guard it. So when you guard something, it must be very valuable. So at night they broke in, they got the potatoes, they cooked them, and now potatoes are used. Why am I saying all that? There are people who are doing what I'm doing, and they're asking for about 1,500 euros for the courses. So if they ask you to pay money to learn that, that means that they're useful. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. If you're interested, go to the last slide. Last one. Next one. That's it. These are my contacts. Anybody who's interested to take it further, connect with me and I'll be happy to. Thank you so much for staying and attending this workshop. Thank you.
Moringa School. As he come on stage, let's help. Let's give him a round. Where's him? Go up. Oh, okay, let's do it again, guys. Now, as he come on stage, let's give him a round.
All right. Good afternoon. All right. So my session today, I'm going to be talking about how you can get started into getting your first job in tech. So I've pretty much, I want this to be more of a conversation between me and you, because I believe I am not an expert at this. So just to introduce myself, my journey, I started off as a lost soul, probably as some of you guys here, then found my way, started off as a shop attendant, stroke a cashier, then went to work for SBC Kenya as a sales executive, then graduated from college, then became a communications associate at the county government of Bungoma. Then from that, I started learning how to code, then got my first job in tech for a Chinese company as a product manager. Then went on to be a community manager at Moringa School, then finally became the ecosystem manager at Moringa School. So through that, I've learned a few things. Becoming the ecosystem manager at Moringa School, I was able to learn and software engineering at Moringa School. I've done data science at Moringa School. I've done product design. And what that did to me is I have become a tech entrepreneur. So I co-founded NativeX. NativeX is a software development company. We manage and external development team for IT companies in the Nordic regions. Yeah. So I pretty much understand the job landscape from a global perspective because I manage tech talent from that perspective. Yeah. So our agenda today, I want you to ask questions a lot. For every speaker that you see here, please ask them a number of questions, seek clarifications. Then we're going to talk about what you should be doing during college to prepare. The contributions you need to be making in the tech community, how to build your personal brand, how to grow as an individual, how to network, and how to seek mentorship, and of course, how to interview prep. All right? Now, let's start off. During college, what should you be doing? I know it's usually controversial, but I'm usually tell people you're in school for you to get a job. Yeah? So if you had a job, would you still be in school? Yeah? All right. Now, so as a techie, what should you be doing in school? How should you prepare? We have projects and internships. It's in the public domain. It's usually every other techie, every other thought leader emphasizes this on creating your projects, being part of temporary internships. I know the likes of Swahili Pot Hub here provide those opportunities for you. Do industry research. And what I mean by industry research is you need to learn the tech job that you want to be in. For instance, if you want to be a software engineer, do industry research around software engineers. Which companies are hiring? Which technologies are they using? how are they scaling their products? For instance, if you want to work for Safaricom M-Pesa, you need to learn, do your industry research around what technology M-Pesa is using, how are they scaling their products, what roles are there in that field. The tech field is pretty much big, and the software engineering domain is very vast. We have, you can become a QA engineer in that field, you can become a front-end developer, you can become a DevOps engineer, and so on. Then, of course, make a plan. What is your plan to become the next software engineer? Yes, what is your plan to become the next QA engineer? What is your plan to become the next BI analyst? Yes, then of course, next is you learn and create. You need to learn basic technologies. And what I mean by this is learn tools, frameworks that are used in technologies. You can take a niche for yourself. For instance, you can become a React. You can take a niche and start learning React. Master React, but also learn other frameworks. Then, of course, create, make your portfolio, make it stand up. We have GitHub. You can be creating projects and sharing them on GitHub. Get feedback. We have, once you have a portfolio, talk to industry mentors, get feedback. What is it that is done in the industry that you are not doing? Yes? How do you write clean, secure, scalable code? You need to ask mentors around that. Then, of course, after that, contributions. Find a project. Figure out areas of technology where you enjoy. Do you enjoy being a front-end developer? Do you enjoy being a back-end developer? Do you enjoy designing interactive interfaces? Then, of course, contribute in open source projects. Once you've figured out your niche, what you enjoy, start contributing in open source projects. We have communities around there that works on open source projects, so contribute on those projects. Then network with communities. So we have technology-specific communities that you can network with. We have the React community, we have the Flutter community, we have Kotlin community. I've seen, I saw a few weeks, is it not last week or a few weeks ago, there was a Kachiri and Code kind of something happening here in Mombasa. Be part of those community events. Then, of course, build a contribution portfolio. What I mean by a contribution portfolio is network, make friends, and get yourself a mentor to be able to mentor you through your journey. Then build your personal brand. Building, this is, it's not important as per se for techies, but it will make you stand out when you build your personal brand. Like if I ask about Wayne, if I just mention Wayne Gakuo, you already know him about something, yeah? Yeah. If I talk about Chris Achinga, you already know him about something. If I talk about Ayub talks about Android a lot. So that's what we mean by a personal brand. So it's not important, but you can create yourself a personal website to showcase what you do, the technologies you know. This is pretty much to sell you. This is where interviewers will go first. Then, of course, social media presence. LinkedIn right now is a very big platform around networking with techies. If you're here and you learned about technology, something here, post it on LinkedIn. If you're part of a community, activity during the weekend and you're learning something, post about it on LinkedIn. Then, of course, network on social forums. I mentioned LinkedIn, X, Discord. You need to figure out, you need to start following thought leaders and tech professionals that you look up to, right? In those spaces. Make sure you have a social media presence. X, don't make your X profile be about politics only. Have a balance between your professional side and probably the other things that you do. LinkedIn, X, Discord, those are some of platforms you can get tech communities around that. Then, of course, be part of events, be part of hackathons, contribute around events, participate in virtual, in-person kind of events. I've mentioned last week we had Kachirian Code happening here in Mombasa. I know there's so many events usually happening. This is one of those events that you can network around. Then, of course, find a mentor. If you just Google the word, find a software engineering mentor, there is lots of endless articles. I don't even have to be standing here to be talking about how to get yourself a mentor. There are lots of endless articles that you can get if you just Google the word, find a mentor. So what will mentors do for you? They'll provide you with resources because they are in the industry themselves. They know what technologies are being used. They know the best practices. They know the interview questions that you might be asked in that space. So get for a mentor. They'll guide you. They'll give you resources that you pretty much don't have access to. Yeah, and of course, once you've had a mentor, then what do you do next? Start applying for jobs. How soon should you start applying for jobs? I asked you earlier on. We were in school for us to get a job. So should you wait until we graduate for us to get our start applying for jobs? I got my first job when I was in my second year. I'm 28, and on my CV I have 13 years of experience. So usually there is a joke that goes around saying they're looking for 10 years of experience. Where do I get them? Yeah. So I got my first job when I was in my second year as a sales executive at SBC Kenya. And I was being paid a lot by then. This was in 2014, and my starting salary was 75,000 Kenya shillings in second year. I know you guys, some of you can say stories are jabba and lots. Yeah, so it's pretty much very true. I got my first job when I was in second year, and my first starting salary was 75,000 Kenya shillings. So that tells you need to start applying for those jobs as soon as today. Yeah, it's not easy. You'll apply for 500 jobs, get rejections. You need to brace yourself for it. You'll get rejected. I have been rejected, but apply for those jobs. When I was applying for that job, they were looking for somebody with 4 years of experience. I was in second year. And I usually have this theory. There are only two options. Is either they say a no or a yes. And if they say a yes, I am the one getting that job. I have applied to be the CEO of Africa Management Institute. Of course, they said no. But if they said yes, today I'll be the CEO of Africa Management Institute. I am like a camel. I only need to get my head in. And that's the attitude you guys need to have. Apply for it. They won't beat you. They'll just say you, unfortunately, we have better candidates in the pool. That's all they can say. But at least you applied. Yeah? And now, with you applying, you're practicing how to write your cover letter. You're practicing how to pitch. You get into the first interview and they'll tell me about yourself, and you chicken out. The next time you'll be confident enough. Yeah? And you'll be able to, some of you think you know yourself better until you ask, tell me about yourself. Then you figure out that you don't even know yourself. Yeah? So practice. So mock interviews. After networking, it should be easy for you to get a job. Like for me right now, I am easy if I'm looking for a developer here, an Android developer. From this crowd alone, I already know a few faces that I can pick for that role if I'm looking for an Android developer. If I'm looking for a front-end developer, I know a few faces that I can pick out. So network. When you network, it's easier for you to get into the interview panel. So since we are looking for tech jobs, prep for those interviews, practice whiteboarding. Any of you knows what whiteboarding is? I'm pretty sure some of you here have done whiteboarding without them knowing. 10 minutes, okay. So whiteboarding is writing code on paper. So at NativeX, that is usually our second row of interviews. We have 4 rows of interviews. Our second interview is usually an in-person interview, and we give you a whiteboard, we give you a system design, and you write code on the whiteboard. Yeah, so that's our, so we're not necessarily interested in, is your code running, but are you able to problem solve? Are you able to think? So practice whiteboarding. Then of course, data structures and algorithms. Learn as much as you can. Practice, practice, practice. Then do code preparations. Lead code, HackerRank. I know these are very common terms. Yes? Yes? Yes. Practice this. Then, of course, the interview process. It's usually a two-way. You're interviewing the interviewer is interviewing you while you're also interviewing the interviewer. So it's basically asking questions, can be random questions, tell me about yourself. Can be questions around algorithms and such. Then, of course, I just want to go to, I have 2 minutes. I just want to go to the last part, mental state. Like I mentioned before, you guys need to understand that it is very difficult for you to land your first job. Yes? But it's also as easy for you to land your first job. So people here will apply for 500 jobs to get that one, and somebody else will apply that one to get their first job. So understand it's very easy. It is very much possible. You get hired. All of you here will get hired with the right attitude and the right perspective. You get hired. Then talk to yourself positively. Tell yourself, I know I can. It's very important. Look into the mirror. Then that's a competition. Then keep preparing and focus. Then I'll leave you with this. Ask questions, seek clarifications. If you're in the interview room, be confident about yourself. Yes? Get a nice shirt. Smell nice. Get into the interview. When you get there, give them a firm handshake. Look straight into their eye. Confidence. That's you. It's confidence that gets everybody everywhere. Yes? Yeah, so I'll leave you with that. Then probably for a Q&A, I'm still around. We can chat. And by the way, I am hiring for front-end developers at NativeX. So if we have people here who are good at front-end, please, we'll have a discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steve Biko. Let me ask you, I have a question. Thank you so much. I have a question. Mr. Steve, you said you for your first job, it was 75,000, right? Okay, my question is, for the job that you want the engineers, are the people also going to be getting the same amount of money? More. Okay, more. I don't know. I'll find a way to join you guys. Yeah, I'll find a way, although I'm not even a software engineer. So I know you guys have questions, but because of time, you'll maybe have to follow him afterwards. And Mr. Steve, if you can share with us the presentation, I think that will be so much better. Okay, thank you so much. So to our second keynote speaker, she is going to be talking about fostering innovation and tech entrepreneurship in Kenya, and she is the executive associate at Swahili Portal Foundation, Mrs. Jacqueline J. Kiplagat. Is that? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Tuko wazima? Are we okay? Are we? I remember Madam Director asked, are we hungry or angry? You're hungry. Hungry for knowledge. I hope so. Okay, my name is Jacqueline Chepko H. Kiplagat. Kiplagat is my father's name, so I am not yet ambitious. I am honored to be here. I am really passionate about servant leadership and mentorship. And so today I will just take us very quickly through my slide, ambayo nimeitengeneza kidogo. It's just a Word document. Thank you, Steve. Okay, but I'll just get right to it, even as they sort me out. Okay, so what is innovation? What do we understand by the term innovation? Let me see. What do you understand by the term innovation? Does it mean we always need to have, thank you, we always need to have, build new products, or can we improve the existing products or solutions? What do we think about innovation? What do you think? Yes, Ayubu, you can help me take, let's just get one person to help.
Unataka kuongea?
Ama tuseme kuna zawadi, alafu tutaona mikono zote
zina shoot. Let me see the active people.
Okay, see a hand here, yes.
Yeah, innovation is an art of improving or bringing new ideas to a market system or to a product setting.
Great, thank you. So innovation is not all about creating something new. There could be a system in school, for example, or there could be a process in school that you think needs some improvement. And so innovation is not entirely building new products. And for me, that is very essential. When we get to understand that, that is why sometimes you're told not all solutions need interventions from tech. True or false? True or false? True, because it depends with the problem itself and whatever you're trying to handle. So that is innovation, and I think it is very critical that we understand that. You can be in an institution, you figure out maybe process ya kulipa fees. There is a system, but there are challenges in it. So you sit with your team and try to develop and come up with a better idea, better solution. That is what? Innovation, okay? So let's go through some statistics. So this is a McKinsey report that was done in 2023, and they were looking at about 6 countries that are known when it comes to the first world. What are they called? Yes, the first world countries. Yes. So you have US, you have Japan, you have China, Germany, Spain, and the likes. And this is what they say. In 2030, how many years are we to 2030? 4, right? 4 to 5 years. And they say 1 in 16 workers will have switched their jobs. Mtu atakuwa amebadilisha kazi. I did computer science in school. But now, I am working at an NGO. Nimedeviate ama niko sawa? Yeah? So it depends with what I'm doing at Swahili Pot, right? So I'm the executive associate, but still passionate and interested about tech. And so what am I exploring now? Data, right? Trying to see, because we have a lot of data at Swahili Pot, and how then are we able to use this data to make informed decisions, okay? Now, they say 1 in 16 workers will switch their jobs in like 4 or 5 years. So when you take the 8 countries, right? So 1 in 16 inaweza kuwa ni namba ndogo. But if you do it cumulatively, you have close to 100 million workers that will have switched their jobs. Now, those are developed countries. Na huku kwetu Africa, what do you think the situation will be? What do you think the situation would be? Because these are developed countries, guys that have possibly working and actually even using AI in some of their processes, okay? So hold that thought. Now, the other thing they actually also discovered is we have certain sectors that then jobs will grow. And the beauty about it is technology is one of it. Because with technology, it's adaptable, that's one. You're able to then use technology to develop and innovate and improve some of the systems, right? And this is the other thing that I'd like to also share with you. Technology can be used in majority of the sectors. Have we had tech used in the health sector? Have we? Have we had tech used in the tourism sector? Let's talk about the ones we know in Mombasa. Have we had technology being used in the manufacturing sector? Have we had technology being used in the education sector? Yes, right? And so then that means if you've understood and you're very self-aware of the process you want to, and the career that you want to take, tech is one that will actually stand for so many years, because then what you need to do as a young person is continue to skill yourself, right? Continue to skill, upskill, reskill, learn new things, right? I remember during my time, PHP ndo ilikuwa inabamba sana during my time. But by the way, do we still use PHP nowadays? It's used, but then not as much as how it was used before, right? Now you have now React. Steve has talked about React. I know we have JavaScript, we have AI, machine learning. So the technology keeps improving. And so what you need to do as a young person is usilale na usiseme, now that I know PHP and I know HTML, I'm okay. I'm able to go through the system. No, you need to keep skilling. Keep skilling, okay? Now, we can move up as well. Of course, we have certain jobs that definitely will, from their research, there are certain jobs that would perhaps reduce. The number of people doing those jobs would go down. And you've seen, I think now Glovo actually delivers groceries at your doorstep. Sindio? Uko tu kwa nyumba, you're like, sina nyanya, sina kitungu, acha ninge Glovo app. I'm like, yeah, let me go to Naivas. I need some 2 kitungus and nyanyas, and you're waiting in your house, and you have groceries. So what does that mean? More and more people are transitioning into the tech space, right? And so tusiachwe, the train has left, and so we should not be left behind. Okay? Okay, up a bit. Sorry, down, yeah, correct, yes. Now, even as we talk about technology, there are certain things that you need to do as a young person. We've talked about skilling, and Biko has emphasized on the skilling, on finding mentors, on finding your community. Now, there's one thing I want to bring to your attention, and we call it the mundanity of excellence. And for those who love to read research work, we have a psychologist who interviewed and actually had time to check a number of swimmers. This is back in 1988, 89 Nuko, right? And the guy just wanted to understand, how are swimmers? We know like the best swimmers in Mombasa and in the world, Kina Michael Phelps. What exactly helps them excel? Do we believe talent is enough? Like inbuilt talent. I was born to be a swimmer, and just that is enough for me to excel. How many of us believe that? Or how many of us think that's correct? That you were born with talent and you do not need anything else and you're able then to thrive? How many of us? Okay, I have Aaron. The rest of us believe what else is required? Because then that means there's something else that's required, right? So what do we think is required? One person. Yeah, Joy?
Practice.
Practice? Uh-huh. What else is required? Yes, we have a hand here. Yeah. Discipline? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes, Rahema?
We also need skills.
You need skills.
Yes.
All right. So the psychologist did the research and discovered talent alone is not enough. You cannot wake up one day and say, I'm very talented, so I'm not going to have other things I need to work on. Effort is required. You need to push yourself, right? And that is what Rehema is talking about. That's what the gentleman there is talking about. Discipline. Because then if I only rely on talent, what happens to the guys that put in effort? As a matter of fact, we shouldn't overemphasize talent alone, right? Ensure that then you're having your talent and your effort. And that's what he discovered after actually watching and going to the practice sessions with these swimmers. That's the first thing he discovered, that talent alone is not enough. You need to have effort. So put in effort. When it comes to skilling, when it comes to attending your classes, when it comes to doing the whiteboarding, right? You have to put in effort. The next thing he discovered is excellence is not, it's really not about perfection, but it's the quality of work that you do. It's not even in the quantity, right? You know, you could say, I want to build 20 systems, and then all of them are not even helping and are not solving the problem. But what if you were to take, for example, one system and understand exactly what the challenges were previously and build on that skill, okay? So it's the quality. And he discovered, even when he was looking at the swimmers and just akiwa company in their journey, is he discovered that in as much as they would practice every day, they would find out what area of, or what sector in the swimming industry, right? Or in the swimming, when they were swimming, what was challenging for them? Is it that, am I struggling in doing my breaststroke? Am I struggling in sort of like, am I struggling in like spreading my arms when I'm trying to do breaststroke? And they would actually work on that piece. So in as much as they would go every day for practice, they needed to check the quality of the practice they were doing, okay? And lastly, habits. We have very ordinary stuff that we do. How many of us wake up past 8 a.m.? It is okay. In a very safe space, we are not judging people. Very safe. Yes, I see a hand there. How many of us wake up before 8 a.m.? What do you do before 8 a.m.? So majority of the hands are up. So what do we do? Do you have a routine that you follow? Or you're just waking up, then you're like, yeah. I've heard of stories where people wake up to pray and then they go back to bed. I've heard of such stories. I see people shaking their heads. I'm like, yeah, I've heard of such stories. But the beauty of having a routine is, as you continuously do it, it gets to a point where you no longer need pushing because imekuwa ni kawaida. Your body is so used to doing it, till the day you miss your routine, you're like, something is missing. How many of us feel like that when, like, you're so engrossed in a routine, till when you're like, leo ni mamka 5, and I needed to wake up at 8, and I'm like, no, something is amiss, because then your body has mastered your routine. So that's very important. And that means that then you need to have your daily tasks. Split your big task and have several tasks that you're doing every day. Of course, ensuring that you're pursuing what? Quality and not perfectionism, right? Because we cannot be perfect, right? Okay. Now, so let's talk a bit about tech entrepreneurship. Now, one of the things that we do at Swahili Pot is we have an entrepreneurship pathway. And the lead of entrepreneurship pathway was actually in TUM, and this is Arafat Mukasa. And so Arafat has been able to support a number of young people through the pathway. And one of the things he discovered, just going through his data, is for us to actually even thrive in the tech entrepreneurship space, the skilling element is very important, right? It is super, super important. And what he also discovered is we have a lot of young people now just not wanting to be entrepreneurs, but also wanting to get into the job market. So exactly what Biko was talking about. Biko has been employed, but at the same time, has his own entrepreneurship, has his own venture that he's running. And that is what we are beginning to see. That is what the data is showing us, that then you would have a young person wanting to be in both. There is no harm in that, right? Because again, we understand the challenges of where we are at right now. But what then stands out for you? You need to then develop solutions, right? That are customer-centric. When you're trying to build solutions, understand what the problem is. You know, most times we do it the other way around. We start with a solution, then go back looking for the problem it needs to solve, right? As opposed to, what is the problem? And then develop a solution from it. So that is key. Let us not develop solutions for the sake of it. Find a problem, then develop a solution out of the problem. Okay. Now, Biko has talked about this, and I'll just quickly go through it. Build a network. Find your community. We have the communities, we have the Google developer, we have so many communities in the tech space, right? But we also have hubs that support young people. So find your space and network. And the beauty about this is you're able to even get your business partners from these spaces, right? And one of the other things that I would really also encourage the institutions to do is do what we are calling a demand-driven approach. And this is where we are just not skilling our young people for the sake of skilling, but we are understanding what the market wants, right? And then coming back and skilling the young people for them to be able to get jobs. So we are just not skilling, and our boss, like saying, Chief Mentor says that majority of our universities have been a conveyor belt. When you went through, uingie first year, umalize fourth year, utoke, right? But we need to employ what we call a demand-driven approach. And lastly, as I finish, is we have examples of entrepreneurs that have come out from this university. And I would give you an assignment. Go and Google Ken Gitonga, the founder of StockUp. Okay? Go and Google Arafat Mukasa, the lead of entrepreneurship. He is also a techie. Go and Google about Paul Akwabi, the founder of... Who's Paul Akwabi? You know him? You know him? You know him? Yes, the young people know Paul Akwabi. He's the founder of Tech Kids Africa. He is an alumni of TUM. And so that is to encourage us that this institution has actually brought up very successful tech entrepreneurs. And as Biko was mentioning, they could be our mentors, right? For whoever is interested in exploring the tech entrepreneurship space, those three can be our mentors. And we can start with them. There's Arafat, there's Ken, and we have Paul Akwabi. So lastly, as I finish, also, the other thing that we do at Swahili Pot is we support young people through what we call mentorship. And mentorship is very essential because it helps you understand who you are, okay? And we've talked about it as well. And so for you, if you do want to actually learn more about entrepreneurship, Arafat will be here on Friday running the Student Entrepreneurship Summit. And he mentioned that I actually mentioned it to you guys, because then on Friday, if you need to have more understanding of what the tech entrepreneurship space is all about, then please feel free to join that summit on Friday, and you'll be able to then explain further being an expert in this field. So I don't know whether we have any, are we taking questions or till later? Do we have any quick question before I sit? Just one.
Who's the lucky person? One question. No, there are no questions. So.
Anyone got a question?
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me tell you my takeaway from her speech. The first thing that she said that really resonated with me is the fact that she said it's not about perfection, but rather quality. You know, yesterday I was so nervous. I've been nervous the whole day because I was going to MC what I'm doing right now, right? I was so nervous. But she told me it's not about perfection, but quality. Are you guys liking what I'm doing? Hata kama mpeni semeni yes, guys. Sawa? Okay, thank you so much. Now we are going to go to the panel discussion. That is the fireside chat. That is navigating the tech industry. And I'm going to give this to Ayub Muhammad, who is going to be the moderator of the panel discussion. Okay, as he comes, a round of applause, guys. Come on, umechoka.
Hi. Hi once again. So welcome to our last session for today. It's a panel discussion. It's called Fireside Chat. I want my panelists waseme watoke. They speak the honest truth. Kama ni kuchoma ni ukweli, waseme ukweli. Sawa. So I will have 3 panelists from my side. So my name is Ayub Mohammed. I'm an Android developer and a campus program manager at Swahili Portal Foundation. I will moderate for this today's session. And I would love to welcome my panelists. So first we have Amida Mustafa from Moringa School, technical mentor with a numbers of experience in the industry. Karibu, my sister. I'd love to welcome Chris Achinga, Head of Technology Department and Lead Software Engineer at Swahili Portal Foundation. And lastly, I'd love to welcome Madam Bibie Mahmoud, the Innovation Chair for Technical University of Mombasa. So, thank you once again. So, kama uko na swali baadaye, andika swali lako kando, you'll direct it to specific panelists. So, first, I'd love my panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi guys. Hi. Am I audible? I doubt. Anyway, so my name is Hamida Mustafa. I'm a technical mentor in Moringa School. I have been a mentor for, this is my 6th year in Moringa School. I'm a back-end developer because I love logic more than what meets the eye. Yeah, and I'm excited to be here.
Thank you, Amida.
Hi. Okay. My name is Chris Achinga, and I'm a software engineer at Swahili Pot. So I write code for a living. Thank you.
Sauti, tukusikie yeke juu. Hapa.
Okay. My name is Chris Achinga. I'm a software engineer at Swahili Pot.
Good afternoon. My name is Bibie Mahmoud Juma. I'm an electrical engineer, Technical University of Mombasa, the School of Engineering and Technology. I'm the Innovations Chair, Technical University of Mombasa. I'm happy that you're all here. Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Bibie. So I'd love to ask my audience 3 questions. So if you raise your hand if you're part of the question. So how many of you are currently working or studying tech? How many of you are currently working or studying in tech? How many of you? Okay, none. So, raise your hand if you have ever thought about starting a career in tech or switch a career in tech. You want to switch in tech or start a career in tech? Raise your hand. Any audience again? So, it's okay. So I will start my question first goes to Chris Achinga. You have built your career in tech for the past many years. And most of the young people have suffered with consistency. So how have you handled consistency in your career? And how can someone build a career that he won't hate? Thank you.
Thank you, Ayub. So I think, especially for young people in the tech career, there is this thing called tutorial hell or blockers. So when you're trying to learn a new technology, then you just meet a couple of friends or people and they talk of something else. So you get the pressure of jumping in between programming languages, in between frameworks, and that's when your consistency will start shaking a little bit. But I think for consistency and all that, it lies in between your own careers, your career goal, your personality and all that. But keep practicing, it makes you perfect. I think so.
Thank you, Achinga. So for career, avoid tutorials hell. Tutorials hell ni ule mtu anasoma YouTube. For the past 3 years, yeye anatumia YouTube too. Like, is not going out of that. Kila siku yeye ni beginner, every now and then. That is called tutorial hell. And for consistency, know your personality and your strength. So, and also there's something called proof of concept. If you want to be consistent, there's something called proof of concept. For example, you have an issue with prayers. You cannot wake up during the morning prayers. So you can set a deadline to try to wake up every morning for the next 3 days. So once you are able to achieve that, you mark it as a tick. So that is a proof of concept. You can do that. Then you move to another thing. I've learned that during Ramadan. Thank you. So the next question goes to Amida, the technical mentor. There has been this discussion about mathematics. How many hate maths here? Wanyapende hesabu? Usiogope, usione haya. So, there have been always a debate about mathematics in problem solving. Is it a must to know maths to be a good problem solver? Thank you.
Okay, so that's a really subjective question, because at the end of the day, we've all learned mathematics from class 1 till form 4. So in programming, what is the most takeaway from maths is how you solve your problem. It needs to be logical, systematic, and all those things. So math is important because when you're doing things like data science, AI, cryptocurrency, you have to interact with maths. That is a must. But when it comes to software engineering, it's not really that a must. Yeah. It's not a must in software engineering.
It's not a must. Sawa. The next question goes to BBA. We often hear stories of women making incredible innovations, but not always celebrating their own achievements. From your own experience, what holds women back from owning their wins in tech?
Thank you, Ayub, for the question. The issue that is making most women, me being one of them, that has really hindered them from showing off what they are or growing much in tech. One is the societal expectations. Our society has different expectations for a girl child compared to male. And the society considers, with the stereotyping, they consider tech being a male-dominated career. So that really affects us in terms of showing off whatever works we do in tech. Number 2 is the gender issue. We know that the tech careers are male-dominated, and most women feel misplaced when it comes to them being in tech. They feel that it's not for them. This thing is not for us. Mathematics, tech, software engineers, it's for men who look like Chris. isn't it? They don't expect a beautiful woman, lady like Yusra to be venturing in tech. But I want to say that we've come into tech, and female are doing so well, despite the fact that they fear showing whatever they do because they think people will call them fraud. This thing is not for beautiful ladies like you. People might think you want to cheat them with their beauty, but they're still venturing into it. And the other issue is lack of support and networking. For you to be able to succeed in tech, as the others have stated, you need to have a good network and have support. So we are grateful for the opportunities that most organizations, including TUM, Swahilipot, Moringa, that are doing to support the female in tech, because lack of support and networking has been a hindrance for them to show what they are doing in tech or for them to succeed in whatever tech achievements that they are having. So in my conclusion, I would say that we are not so bad off from where we were 3 to 4 years back. Right now, that feeling of female fearing to show whatever they are doing in tech is almost coming to an end with the support that most organizations are doing. We know that Swahilipot have Swahili Tech Women, or Swahili Tech Women is doing so much to empower the female that are excelling in tech, and they are supporting them in terms of offering them training, internships, and also sponsorship for them to grow their outputs or their products that they are building in tech. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bibi. Achinga, you have been lead in the STU, leading, supporting the team running the STU in Swahilipot. What have you learned from it? Does women celebrate themselves, or what is the challenge? You've been working with that team.
I think one of the greatest things about careers in tech is that it's skill-driven. So gone are the days where companies will prioritize hiring men over women. But of late, it's just, if you don't have the skills, we can't talk with you. And that's why programs like, Swahili Tech Women, Women Tech Makers, there's She Devs, there's almost a lot of organizational communities that are trying to empower, not only empowering, but skilling the women that you have so that they can have a fair competition grounds when it comes to looking for jobs and opportunities.
Thank you. Amina, do you have something to add in regards to that? Yeah, good. Thank you. So, women in tech, you need to have competency. The market is rough, very rough. So you need to upskill yourself, know your craft, and apply for those jobs as Biko shared. So before I move to the next question, that is cross question to all the panelists, I want to emphasize, these are the 3 ways you can get into tech. The first way is through the academia. Those who are doing degrees, diplomas, higher level, that is the first way you can get into tech. When you go high school, I hope you hear me. The second way is through the boot camps. We have likely of Moringa schools, we have Udemy, we have Coursera. This is another way you can get into tech through this pathway. And the last way you can get into tech through self-taught. We have many self-taught developers. When you're anatumia YouTube, that no tutorial help. When you're anatumia organization, the hubs like Swahilipot Hub and many more like iHub. So these are 3 ways you can get into tech. So ni wewe mwenyewe, jua which way best work for you. And you can also have all those 3. I've passed all those 3. From university, from bootcamp, I've been alumni from Moringa School, and also been a self-taught developers. So you have 3 ways to choose. So, next question is ChatGPT. AI tools like ChatGPTs are everywhere now. From your experience, you share based on your experience. Do they enhance creativity, or do they make us too dependent on the shortcuts and lose creativity? So you give this answer based on your experience and your field of work. I start with Achinga. As a software engineer, does ChatGPT increase creativity or reduce creativity?
Personally, ChatGPT has no influence on my creativity, but it helps. No, it doesn't. It's just there. So I use it as a tool to make me work faster. if you are to write, maybe to use GPT to help you solve a problem that you don't understand, it's going to be useless to you. And it's sad to say this, but the new lots of developers that you're having are so dependent on AI models to write code, to even think of the business logic and implementation, which is, again, very sad. But having those core technical skills and then just using AI tools and GPT stuff to make you work effectively, but don't let the tools think for yourself. That's dangerous.
So what do you advise the junior developers who use ChatGPT 99%?
You will be jobless in the next few minutes.
They'll be jobless in the next few years. So ChatGPT purpose yake ni increase productivity, not writing code. So, Bibi, what is your take on your field? Does ChatGPT make these people lazy or what?
From my personal experience, ChatGPT makes my work easy in terms of documentation. Sometimes you need to work on some solution that needs a lot of documentation. So ChatGPT is to make it faster or easier, but not a solution to whatever technical problem I want to solve. So what I can say is that we are not supposed to be too dependent on ChatGPT. Otherwise, we'll be rendered irrelevant in the next generation. We need to enhance or improve or upskill our creativity in terms of problem solving, especially in the tech world, so that each time you are trying to come up with something, it becomes a solution or an innovative solution that can be upgraded in the future, not too reliant on AI or ChatGPT that it will be rendered useless in the next future. So we shouldn't be too much reliant on that.
Thank you. Amir, as a technical mentor, does your student use ChatGPT the best way?
So in Moringa School, we usually encourage students to use AI, but we try and cap that because we tell them when you use AI, it's there to assist you, not to kill your creativity. But all in all, as mentors, we can't really make sure that everyone will follow that rule. You find that at times students will use ChatGPT to get like an entire code and submit it. But how we try and cap that is, so we ask a student to explain like your code. Because the moment you use ChatGPT and you don't understand what is happening, we can't call you a developer. But if you use it, but you understand whatever you're doing, then you're a developer. So all in all, AI will be there and it will be there forever, but how we use it is like the most important thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the next question is around know your why. We have a number of young people, they are currently doing IT. Maybe they're being placed because of CUSP or it's a force from the family. Mjombako amefanya IT, you have to do IT. So, and you know tech is very demanding field currently. So do you think it's important for someone to know his or her why? Is it important? And we have people mastering different tracks. Is it advisable to master everything in tech? Let's start with BB.
It's quite important for you to know your why. Why are you here, for example? Why are you here today? I'll pick one student that's from high school. Why are you here today?
Any student from high school? Why are you here today? Just, kama umefuata chakula pia sema hiyo. It's your why.
Good afternoon. My name is Ayman. I am here today so that I can learn as much as what I know from other innovators who are in the tech field and they are more experienced, and also to like be aware and get to know the opportunities that are out there for me especially that I'm a Form 4 now finishing high school.
Thank you. I thought you wouldn't volunteer. Moringa School, that guy or that student has some tech idea that needs incubation for him to be able to achieve. He's in Form 4, but still he has an idea for tech. So it's wonderful to know why. We've seen why it's important for us to know our why, so that it is going to guide us to the path to achieve why we are here in the world, or what we want to be in the future. So my take is that it's important for us to know why we are doing something, and then if we know why we are doing something, we'll put our positive effort towards achieving whatever we want it to be. And then also, tech is so engaging. So if you don't know what you want or why you are in tech, then it means you'll get tired along the way. All the technical fields are engaging, and they need you to participate actively so that you can grow out there. So it's really, really important for you to know why you are doing it, so that you can put much of your effort, so that you can look for the mentors that are going to guide you in the right path to achieve your whys.
Achinga.
Software engineering or development, it's an art. So it's either you have it or you don't. And if you have it, just like any other artist, you have to keep practicing, keep doing what you do so that you can become a master of art. So if you know your why, if you want to be in tech because you are interested in it, good for you. If you want to be in tech because you want to be like someone else, still good for you, but it's your reasoning. So just treat it as an art. The more you do it, the better, the better you become at it.
Okay, thank you. Hamida?
They've talked about the why. Let me talk about the jumping part. So the moment you're doing something and you don't know why you want to do it, it leads to you doing multiple language and not mastering anything. Because if I'm doing back-end development, I'll know there's Python, Django, Flask. Out of the three, which one do I want to major in? Which one do I feel I'm good at, okay? So jumping from one language to another and not mastering anything won't help you. So it will all truncate to knowing your why. So once you know why you want to do something, then I think you'll be able to learn one thing, master it, make sure you're good at it, then try something else. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I love Atimari to give the student mwenye amejibu swali apatiwe t-shirt ya Moringa as a memory. Biko nitaomba umpatie that student from, it's Hamisi High School? Which is the college, the high school? Hamisi High School, oh, so. Thank you. So I love you to go to research Golden Circle by Simon. So there are three things. There is a why, there is a how, and there is a what. All of us know what we are doing. We are in university, we are doing computer science, we are doing medical engineering. We have this panelist, so we are doing the fireside chat. All of us, some of us know how we are doing it. We are doing like asking questions, unaingia classes, you do assignments, but majority of us don't know why we are doing it. We are doing computer science, but mtu hajui why anafanya computer science. That's why mtu anakuwa advised by someone to drop school and a drop. So you need to know your why. So search Golden Circle by Simon, you'll learn more about it. Okay, the next question is on mambo na networking. They say your network is your net worth. We have some people love networking, and we have others who don't love networking. So what will you say to someone who's struggling in putting themselves outside there, but they still want to grow? In tech, is it a must to network for you to grow? And if it's a must, how can someone network? Having positive networking or strategic networking to help him or her advance in his or her career. So I'll start with my sister here.
That's a tough one, because I also don't like networking, but I try and do it. So for me, what I believe is If you build one connection, and it's a meaningful connection, then the rest will follow. So it's not a must you come to this gathering and talk to everyone. I'll come, I'll talk to Victor, I'll know Victor, Victor knows Ayub, I'll know Ayub, Ayub knows Chris, I'll know Chris, Chris knows Wayne, I'll know Wayne, you see? So it's more of you knowing one person who'll make a difference in your life, and the chain continues. Something else is social media. So if you use social media the right way, the right people will come. I'll do a project, I'll talk about it, then Chris will tell me, this should be done in this way. I'll know Chris from that, and that's a meaningful connection. So networking is really important when you're into tech, yeah.
Chinga.
I hate networking, but there's this thing they say, if you can't talk to people, let your work speak for itself. So I rarely, create new connections every day, but I'm comfortable with what I have. I mean, I know Amida, I know BBA, I know Steve, I know. For me, that's enough. But of course, when you're growing, in your early stages of your career, it's really important to know a couple of people who will help you have that breakthrough into tech. But if that's going to be a hassle for people, I try to understand that most techies are kind of introverts, but through social medias, through LinkedIn, especially X, you can do a lot of talking there without meeting people, and also proving what you know. So if you say I am a software engineer, but no one has seen you building something, that's going to be a little bit of fishy. But if you just build projects, tell people that this is what I'm doing through social medias, of course, that's networking enough for me.
Thank you, Ms. BBA.
So thank you. I would look at that from two perspectives. One, networking is not only talking one-on-one with people or meeting and talking about what you do to people, but it is also about your personal branding. How do you brand your products with what you do? How do you sell your products out there? They've mentioned social media. So I might not be talking to people I meet on the way, but each time they meet me, they remember that they saw a website somewhere that I wrote about what project I'm dealing with and how I'm doing it. I shared photos of how the project is, the location of where it is. People can scan and get data of it. So that is also networking. You'll network to a large group of people through personal branding in social media sites compared to how you're going to converse with one-on-one. So one might be poor, you might be a poor networker in terms of how you meet people and start a conversation with them, but a very good networker in terms of how you've branded yourself in our social media. We all know that we are in a digital era, so everybody has access to social media sites. So you can approach it in two ways. If you're not comfortable with one-on-one conversation, it's good enough for you to be able to brand yourself with the products or the projects that you're doing. You can share them out on the social media sites as my colleagues have stated here. Yeah, and it's really, really important because if people will not know what you're doing, then they cannot connect you to the right channel or the right chain of people that are going to help you grow. So from personal experience, networking or personal branding is really important because if you speak out or if you show people what you do, then they are going to give you a network chain on how you're going to achieve it. For example, we've started saying that female are lacking support in terms of networking, in terms of progress support. So if the females are going to talk out or speak out or share in social media what they are doing, then we'll have a chance, Moringa will have a chance, Swahili Tech women will have a chance to realize their worth and let them grow. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Bibi. So, I understand you need to build a product, you need to network, si lazima uwe politician, unasalimia kila mtu kwa room. So, one of the things I've learned in networking, majority of the events, before they happen, wanakuwa na programs, ndio? They have programs and they have the people wenye watakuja in specific programs. So that has helped in terms of intentional networking. So usually I go through the program, then napitia all the speakers, na search kama kwa LinkedIn ana exist, anafanya nini. I'm looking like a common areas of interest, mutual interest in tuko nazo. Then after doing the research, I can reach out through LinkedIn, maybe Karibu Mombasa for the GDG event. Then akikuja already we have built that rapport online. So akikuja physically we just connect. And don't network with the purpose ya wewe kupata kitu. Sometimes we have the tendency, I'm networking with you because you have something I need from you. Don't go with that mindset ya wewe unataka kupatiwa. Go with the mindset of the mutual collaboration and mutual interest. So, on the last question, before we take the question from the audience, personal branding, that is the last question. Tech careers are very competitive. So if someone wants to start out in tech, how can he build an authentic personal brand without brag on the social media or be something which is not? So how can someone build an authentic personal brand? Thank you.
Okay. My answer will be kind of biased because my response will be biased. That's what I do. So when it comes to building brands, I'm pretty sure this applies hata kwa biashara zuko nje. You can't build a brand if you have nothing to show. So even before thinking of building a personal brand, try as much as possible to build those dummy apps, those clones, and then showcase them on your resume or your GitHub profile. Then once that is done, you can now comfortably build a brand. And for you to build a brand, it shouldn't be from an official point of view. Like let's say Chris is a person who wears, suits every day. That's not it. I hate people who wear suits, but that's not the case. It's making sure that you have something to prove when you are asked to show that your brand is useful. So, before going outside there and calling yourself a developer or calling yourself software engineer, make sure you understand the basic concepts of software engineering, the basic concepts of cybersecurity, the basic concepts of networking, before branding yourself as a cybersecurity analyst or as a software engineer. I think that will be a good thing for your brand.
Okay, Ms. Bibi, what's your take on personal branding?
Brother Chinga has said it well. It's good enough for you to have the main skills related to the profession of branding that you're doing, so that in case one approaches you, then you can be able to deliver whatever you are claiming you can deliver. And then two, showing a portfolio of evidence. It's really important. If I say I'm an electrical engineer, stroke a solar technician, I do solar installations, I can post photos of myself at site, the work I've done, the contractors I've worked with, or my clients that I've served. They can serve as a portfolio of evidence so that one can refer them to me in case they inquire from them. And two, personal branding comes with you giving us truthful information. We all know that right now we have LinkedIn. It's a personal branding social media site for professionals, and people are posting so much in terms of what they can do. And when you meet these people physically, then it becomes a problem for them to do what they're claiming they can do. So it's also important that we become ethical in terms of our personal branding, so that we don't have fake brands, or we don't fail to deliver what we are claiming to deliver. And another thing with tech is that tech is a growing career. You might be knowledgeable today and you don't practice, and then in the next 2 years, so much has changed in the technology world, and then you'll be rendered irrelevant in terms of the growth of technology that has come. People in our olden days in school, we were taught with C++. Right now, we are teaching them with Python or Java. So that has already been phased out. So tech is a growing career. As much as you're branding yourself in social media, make sure that your branding is relevant to the current trending technologies that are existing.
Thank you. Amida?
Okay, so let me not be biased. So I'll talk about personal branding as a whole. So branding yourself is really important. And in my tech, I feel that 3 things are really important when you're doing your own personal branding. So the first thing is knowing your craft. Once you know your craft, back it up. So make sure your portfolio is updated regularly. Make sure if I come to your GitHub account, I'll see what you're doing. The next thing is community. So if I say I am a front-end developer and I do Angular, and you've never seen me in any Angular event, you've never seen me talking about Angular, that means you're not a front-end developer, okay? So make sure you connect with the right community. If they call for speakers, if they call for someone to present something, volunteer. If you don't have courage, build it. The last thing is being authentic. So things are out there, people are doing things out there, but you need to be true to yourself. Be authentic. Make sure like, I'm doing this for myself, I'm not doing this for others. So that is my take on branding.
Thank you. To add up on the points, I will not add on the tech part. So this, for me, this year I decided to do like rebranding on myself. So I've learned one thing. Personal brand is a lifestyle. It's not something influenced by the external stuff. It's an internal thing. So first you need to find 3 words that defines you. Maybe you haven't embodied those 3 words, but it's something you want to build in the long run. For example, for the past 3 years in the tech industry, I've been struggling with consistency. So I've been doing, the purpose I joined tech, it was purpose building stuff in engineering. My passion was in tech and engineering. I'm good in complex problem solving. So, but over the past 3 years after the college, I found myself more into the community. I have a leadership ability in me. So first, I refine what do I want to do from now moving forward. So I have issue with consistency. That was my big problem. I need to jack every part to test every part. So I define, from this year, I need to rebrand myself with 3 words. Number 1 is consistency. Number 2 is authenticity. Be real me. I've been interacted with several GDEs in Kenya. So most of the times you have that push, you want to be like someone. So then you lose that authenticity of yourself, identification of yourself. You are trying kuiga Chris, unajaribu kufuata venye Chris anafanya. That has been resulting losing my authenticity, my own self. So that's something I'm working on, being authentic self. Last thing is decisive, like when Biko shared, that this opportunity you need to apply. When I read a job description, I want to see if I meet 99.99% match of the job. So I've been having that ability of perfectionism. I want to be perfect in everything. Maybe I have an idea, but have to be perfect. I need to have the skills, I need to have the right audience, right capacity or networks. So these have been like my hint over the past 3 years. So you can define yourself based on 3 words, find the 3 words that define you, then find ways to embody these 3 words in your daily life. If you have said yourself you are consistency, what does consistency means to you? Nikikupatia kazi, can you do it? That's part of consistency, na kuamini. Authenticity, umesema wewe ni mtu mwenye you can deliver. Nimekupatia kazi, umesema uta deliver in 2 weeks, then you don't deliver it. Does that show you are authentic to yourself? Does that show you are consistent to yourself? So go and do research. I forgot the name of that podcast, but you need to rebrand yourself with 3 words, then embody those 3 words in your daily life, work on them. Maybe you haven't achieved that level of consistency, but try to work on it on a daily basis to reach to that high level in the next 3 to 4 years to come. Thank you very much for listening to our panel discussion. I'd love to take questions from the audience. 3 questions. Yes, acha nizunguke na mic yangu sasa. Yusra will help me. I can take 5 questions maximum. Another mic iko juu. I will start kule mwisho. Introduce your name and your question. You can direct to specific person pia pale kwa panelist.
Good afternoon once more. My name is Ayman Isa, and I'm a student at Hamis High School Form 4. My question goes to the technical mentor at Moringa, and also the leading software engineer at Swahili Port Hub. My question is, I've been aspiring to join the tech field, but the moment you just start one thing, you need to know a lot of stuff. Like personally, I did HTML, I did CSS, but then it reached a point that AI came in and I was like, the pressure was forcing me into AI. Then after some few days, like people are telling you, okay, now AI doesn't have jobs and stuff. You need to start learning cybersecurity, you go to cybersecurity. And then it's kind of a whole scattered kind of thing. And then when you go to bootcamps like Moringa, they offer services and programs to those who are past high school. And the programs are really expensive, like to mention. So I've been asking of like, how are we going to fit in this crowd of tech? Because you look outside the country, there are a lot of opportunities for young people. Like in the country, we don't have that. So how are we going to fit in there? Thank you.
Have you understood the question, Chris? So let me take the questions, note them down, then you'll answer them in general. Ama unaweza answer, unataka kuanza sahi?
Yeah,
you can proceed.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't get your name, but I think I understood your question. So tech is very wide. And by wide, you can just look at an example now, Moringa School. It's, they do boot camps in tech, but they have areas of specialization. It could be data science, software engineering, and what? And product design. But focusing on data science and software engineering. If you want to, you can master everything, but it's really it's advisable to like specialize in one thing. But I understand the pressure of, just currently it's AI that's, it's trending, so the pressure or the urge to learn more about, models, LLMs and all that, it's very high. And then maybe in the next 2 months, it will be cybersecurity, and then if you go online, everyone is talking about cybersecurity. Maybe the pressure shifts from AI to cybersecurity. But in real sense, all these are kind of building blocks to what AI is. So just pick a struggle and go for it. So if you want to focus on software engineering, there's so much you can do in software engineering. There's the back-end part, there's the front-end part, there's DevOps, also there's the part for cybersecurity and all that. But you kind of have to choose your niche and go with it, because there's a lot of option everywhere and there's opportunities everywhere. It doesn't necessarily mean that Kenya hakuna kazi. You can work from any other company and still be in Kenya. So it really lies on your personal goals, personal motivations and all that. If you want to become a master of all, well and good. If you want to master software engineering, if you want to master data science, if you want to master machine learning and AI, the better.
Amida, anything to add?
I'm not sure if it still exists, but Biko can correct me. So in Moringa School, we usually have high school boot camps. So you don't necessarily need to finish high school before you start learning. Also about the pricing, we usually have financial aid. So maybe you feel that 200,000 is a lot, and you express the interest to you want to learn. So you can be able to apply for financial aid. They offer different amounts. So based on what you are requesting for, if you pass through that process, then they can pay for you up to 75% of the 200,000. So don't wait for you to finish high school before you start doing that. Yeah. And also to add on to what Chris said, it truncates to why. Why do you want to enter tech? Do you want to enter for money? Do you want to learn? Do you want to upskill? It's really important to understand that. Okay.
Thank you, Amida. I think our time is up. I'll take one question, last one question. I need a lady. Then when utakuwa mna maswali, the Moringa team will be around. Feel free to reach out.
Good afternoon. My name is Berita. I'm doing human resource. In the School of Business. My question is, how do you make networking more naturally instead of being forced? Thank you. How do you make networking more naturally instead of being forced?
How do you make networking more natural instead of being forced? Isikwe forced, you are doing from the heart.
That's a good one, and a tricky one. So one, when you know your why are you into this thing? Are you there so that you can perfect your skills, so that you can earn out of it? It's going to be your livelihood survival thing. Then it's going to push you to how you're going to network without pressure. So one, from personal experience, I would say, most females in tech are not outspoken because in the classroom sector, we are 100 and the female are only 5 if there are many. So they always overshadow us. So we need to learn how to speak out. So always perfect yourself into who are you going to approach. Ayub stated earlier that if you go to attend a conference like this, you know your area of specialization. Go through the program, check out who are the right people that are going to be your mentors in terms of your career growth or your tech progression. Then approach those specific people. Either you can speak to them personally or you can search them in LinkedIn. It's a good site for professionals. So you can either connect with them physically if you can approach them, if they are approachable, or you can connect with them in the social media sites like LinkedIn, or also you attend such an event and you realize that BBA knows Ayub. Ayub knows Amina. Amina knows somebody else, Biko. So if you can approach Ayub and you cannot approach BBA, through Ayub, you can connect with BBA. So you better approach the one that you can talk to. Some faces look unapproachable and people might fear them. Some voices, if you have a commanding voice like BBA's, then one might fear, how can I approach her? But Ayub, you are seeing Ayub comfortably talking to BBA. So instead of you having pressure of approaching me, go to the person that can link you to me, and it will be easy. That is one. Number two, if you know that it's so difficult for you to network with people through conversation, come with a poster. Usually in every conference, people are we are having exhibition tents. So you can brand yourself with your banner, with your poster, showcase what you do in terms of exhibition, and then you'll have minimal words to talk, but whatever you're exhibiting will talk for you. That is 2. 3, have your personal brand in terms of we can scan. You can place a scanner, a barcode scanner, so that we can scan and find your CV, find your works or your portfolio of evidence, what you can do. So we need to have creativity in terms of our networking processes. If you know that you are very poor in personal conversation, go for the alternative. Either poster, you can come with your poster or banner, showcase what you do in terms of your products, and then that is also networking, because people that are interested in your products or in your line of technology, they are going to connect with you at that time. But then another advice is, we are in a digital world where digital marketing skills need to grow. So you also need to work out on your personal networking skills in terms of perfecting your skills as personal speaking skills. They are really important. Remember, if you are going to succeed in this tech world, most job opportunities are in the outside world, and we are working from home. It means you'll be interviewed through Skype. If you cannot speak out properly, then it's going to be hard for them to realize what you can do. So we also need to perfect our own personal speaking skills or communication skills in terms of our progression or networking. I hope I've assisted.
Thank you, Ms. Bibia. Networking is a skill, so inakuwa build. For more details, reach out to the team or the Moringa School, watakuelezea zaidi. So I'd love to thank my panelists and my audience for amazing session. Asanteni sana.
Thank you to our panelists and moderator for that amazing session. I hope you guys have learned something today. And so to finish up, I would like representative from Moringa School, another one from Swahili Pot, and another one from Technical University of Mombasa to come and maybe tell us about what you guys do and maybe how can we reach you, maybe through social media, because I'm seeing we have a student here, so I'm sure this is going to be of benefit to them. So can you have the first one being from Swahili Pot? No?
Kidogo. Before akuje, I want to give this, if I kurudi nazo. Who was the first person to come here in? The first person. It was you. George, kwa t-shirt yako. Yeah, so, no, for this event, like, hii ya mchana, let me give you a t-shirt. Do you agree or disagree? Give the t-shirt. I will love Biko to give the t-shirt to the panelists. The 3 panelists, apart from Moringa one. Is that okay? The panelists and the keynote wewe pia ufai kupatiwa. So the panelists, the keynote, the moderator, and the MC. Yeah. Unaweza kuja, yeah, after now, we can do now tumalize. Is that okay? So, Biko, and yeah, Biko, you can start with Jackie. Yeah, sawa. Save time. Who is taking photos? Yeah. You can give to Dr. Julian. You want the blue one. You can give to Miss Bibi, is around? Ametoka. You can give to Yusra. Huyo ni mwenye Moringa huyo. That's the owner. Biko we start, endo ataanza, then followed by Swahili Pot, then Tum.
All right, thank you. So I'll only take 2 minutes. So I want to make a comment first before I start. It will contradict what BBA said. Lie on that CV, okay? They will train you, yeah? But there is a caveat. Lie on that CV, they will train you. Yeah, so about Moringa School. So Moringa School is technology-focused education. We train people in software engineering, data science, cybersecurity, product design, DevOps, among other tech fields, with an outcomes-based approach. What we mean by outcomes-based approach is we train you, then we have employer partners that we work with that hire directly from us. So right now, our numbers don't lie. We have an 85% placement rate for our job-seeking graduates. And actually, that's the best in the region. The reason being is because we have over 1,000+ employer partners who hire directly from us. My company, NativeX, is one of the partners. I have 6 of my engineers who are alumni of Moringa School as well. Yeah, so how to reach us? Go to our website, that is moringaschool.com. You can, if you get the details around there, our courses, our financial aid. We offer financial aid. We understand that not every other person can be able to afford our fees, the 200,000 Kenya shillings. So we been able to work with the MasterCard Foundation to be able to provide scholarships to the needy students. So right now we're giving partial scholarships up to 70% of your tuition fees paid by Moringa School through our partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. Yeah, so that's basically all about Moringa School. If you need intricate details about Moringa School, I'm still around. You can talk to me on a one-on-one basis. Yes, so Ayub?
Thank you. I hope you have your questions answered. I hope now you know if you want to do anything with Moringa School, you know who to approach, right? Okay, on to our next partner, that is from Swahili Pot.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Hatimali Asgarali from Swahili Pot Hub Foundation. Yeah, najua leo mmekuwa mkisikia most about Swahili Pot, kila mtu mwenye ameongea about Swahili Pot. Yeah, we are a youth hub aimed at making change to the youth through impactful initiatives. So, impactful initiatives are like such. Hivi venye tumekuja hapa, tuko na trainings tuna offer. So we deal in technology. Watu wa technology kama venye leo tumekuwa hapa kuhusu techs. Tuko na arts kama wewe ni mwimbaji na wanamuziki, anybody, yeah, unakaribishwa. Na pia another theme pia tuna deal na heritage. Sawa, na entrepreneurship. Sawa, so to reach us tuko na social media, in all social media platforms at Swahili Pot Hub Foundation. And kama uko interested na sisi unaweza kuja, nitakupatia link, utaregister such that kukiwa na any opportunity will reach to you via SMS. Sawa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lastly, I'm going to call Dr. Juliana to come and give the final and closing remarks.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. You've been very good audience today, and we've really appreciated. To our other clients, you know, these ones will now join TUM. I just want to tell you that we have 3 new kids on the block in terms of programs. Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery in our September intake. That's 1. 2, Bachelor of Science in Public Health. That's our 2nd kid, new kid on the block. The 3rd one, Bachelor of Quantity Surveying, has also been approved and is going to be uploaded onto the website, so that we are going now to enroll into those 3 new programs. Clap for TUM. I know you have heard about the others, so I only wanted to introduce to you the 3 new kids on the block. And to our TUM students and the other people, we are the Career Services Department who connects you to people who are going to talk to you about careers. So in case you have some demands somewhere, you want some people to come and talk to you, kindly just walk to our career office. We'll link you to the right people who will give you more knowledge about your careers. Know that what you started with is not what you're going to end with, because remember, there is technology. Technology is on the block. It's not how we used to make chapatis in the past with your hands. Now we even have machines. So learning continues. You've got always to skill and reskill and continue with that, so that you can be more relevant to the industry. You're not just saying, I'm doing computer science, I'm done, I have my degree, therefore I'm going to sleep and get this job. No, you have to reskill and skill again to learn the latest skills that have come up in the world for you to be relevant and for you to continue being in high demand as far as that industry is concerned. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out and they'll employ other people who are learning and learning every other day. Otherwise, thank you very much for your patience. For those who are hungry, now you'll be able to fill up your tummies. Go and eat. Eat and eat until there's nothing to eat. Thank you very much. Moringa, thank you. Swahili Pot. Thank you, Tum. Thank you, Hamisi. Bye-bye.
Okay, before you go, just going to take 2 minutes. Thank you so much. You've been an amazing audience. And honestly, as I told Ali, I was so nervous. But having you, I kind of feel like you made my work easier. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you so much to our speakers, our panelists, our moderator, myself, the MC, you know. Yeah, yeah, and to all of you, you guys made this event better than it was, because without you, kusingekuwa na faida yoyote, sio? Now, let me formally introduce myself. As I said earlier, I'm Mr. Muhammad. I was your MC, and I am a medical engineering student, actually a first year here at the Technical University of Mombasa. Thank you, and welcome to TUM. Thank you so much.
Thank you for, before nipeane hizi t-shirt haraka haraka, watu wa Swahili pote msi